The third IUFRO Acacia Conference 2021, live from Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. We will start with the first session. Before that, I would like to introduce the moderator for today's sessions. The moderator for today's session is Professor Dr. Wigneswari Ratnam from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Wigneswari Ratnam is an honorary professor at University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, with 35 years of experience in plant genetics and biotechnology. She served as Deputy Dean of University, Industry and Community Partnership at the Faculty of Science and Technology, UKM, as well as Chair of Institutional Biosafety Committee at UKM. She is a Fellow of the Academy of Science Malaysia, Chief Editor of Malaysia Applied Biology, and Associate Editor of Tree Genetics and Genomes. She is the Managing Director of Nomatech Syndrome Berhad, a startup company on agricultural innovations which has commercialized 3 new rice varieties. Her H index is 24 with total citations index of 1,754 for 131 journal publications. She has 6 IPs on new plant varieties of rice and 1 patent pending on lignin gene from acacia. Her postgraduate supervisions include successful completed 7 postdoctoral fellows and 26 PhD and 35 master students. Let us welcome Honorary Professor Dr. Wigneswari Ratnam.
Thank you very much, MC. That was quite a lengthy introduction for a moderator. Let me introduce the most distinguished keynote speaker today, Dr. Sadanandan Nambiar. A very good morning to everyone, Malaysia. I'm in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, let me introduce the keynote speaker. Dr. Sadanandan Nambiar is an honorary fellow of Australia, retiring as a Chief Research Scientist and Science Director. His contributions include leading research for sustainable management, especially plantation forest and farm forests for economic development and environmental care, science-based policy development, fostering national and multinational partnerships, capacity building, and mentoring, as well as leadership and management of R&D organizations. He has authored and co-authored many highly regarded publications. Dr. Sadanandan is also a long-term contributor to sustainable forestry in Indonesia and Vietnam, and has reviewed sustainable plantation forestry in Southeast Asia in 2014 with Dr. Chris Howard. Besides that, he has advised companies in Australia, Indonesia, Chile, and Uruguay, and has close interactions with forestry in Brazil. He was director or board director of Forestry and Forest Products, Australia. And also board director of APF-NET, and it is an APAC initiative supporting forest restoration in Asia and Pacific, which is sponsored by China. He's actively promoting forestry for rural development, poverty alleviation, and climate change mitigation. Dr. Sadanandan's awards include N.W. Jolly Medal from Australia, IUFRO Host Scientific Award, Distinguished Scientist, SSSA, USA, Medal of Excellence from Commonwealth Forestry Association, UK and Australia, and Medal from Vietnam. He is appointed to the Honour Office of the Order of Australia. So with that, let me allow Dr. Sadananan to start his keynote lecture today. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, the lecture is for 30 minutes and then we have 10 minutes of question and answer.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me,
Yes.
Vicky?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Vicky, for that very generous introduction. First of all, I wanted to thank our host, Sarawak Forestry, and the excellent organizing team led by Dr. Pang and Vicky yourself and a good team. And I'm really privileged to be able to be your first speaker. It's really an honor. I thank you all. I want to talk, my title is, as you can see, Forestry and Wood Product Sector in Asia. And I argue it is time to reimagine a very vibrant future. The grand theme of this conference is embracing transformation for a sustainable forestry. I like that title because my idea of reimagining and the organizers' idea of transformation are really converging to the same purpose. But for a creative transformation that we seek, it must have a compelling and a rallying goal. And the question is, why transform, to what and how, and who will benefit from such a transformation? After all, Southeast Asia and Asia in general had more than a century of plantation forestry. So we have a long history of forestry. So why are we talking about transformation now? So the next slide. The main point I want to argue today is to ask and try and answer, is there a strong case for reimagining and transforming for a vibrant future? I will reserve my response at the end, but you can decide for yourself. But I will set the case for you to consider that question. And I will do so by 4 main themes. They are not equal in content, but they're basically 4. First, I want to talk to you about the 4 big challenges that we face and the opportunities therein. And then I want to talk about the question, who owns this plantation forest in Asia? Who are the real owners today? And why does it matter? Then I like to argue that small growers and small scale processes and green growth are the way for the future. And I will try and outline some way forward and the importance of a new leadership, the new narration for Asia, but Southeast Asia in particular. Next slide. Here are the 4 big challenges, my friends. First, people. Rural economy throughout is falling behind urban economy, and poverty is endemic in rural landscape. At the same time, wood supply demand is rising. There's a growing wood deficit, demand-supply gap. And the tropical world is estimated to have about 1 billion hectares of land which are an urgent need for repair and restoration. And we all know about climate change. Until recently, forestry was seen as a cause of the climate change and a problem in the landscape. But that is changing. Now the forestry is seen as a mitigation pathway and an important adaptation pathway. So to galvanize these challenges into opportunities, the gateway for transformation is what I would describe as green growth. Next slide. Let's examine the first item, the people and rural poverty. Rural poverty in most Asian countries and globally too is very high, between 13 and 33% of the population are poor. They're typically 2 to 5 times more than urban areas next door. And that is the case even when gross domestic product has been growing at a good rate in a number of countries. But the important point to recognize now that forestry and wood business is a truly rural business. In growing and conversion, it can be a rural business. Take Indonesia alone, it is roughly estimated it will have about 10 to 30% surplus labor, mostly young people, and a great proportion of them in rural landscape. Next slide. Let me explain that a bit further. In India, which has made enormous progress along with a number of other countries in reducing poverty, the rural poverty has been declining, but it has been declining at a much slower rate than urban poverty. Today, the rural poverty in India is nearly twice that of urban poverty. Although India has been growing, as you all know, about 8 to 10% over the last decade or more. Just the next figure shows you the corresponding changes in wood supply demand in India. The red line is the demand, which is almost exponentially heading. Because the production in India has remained quite static. Therefore, the gap between the supply and demand is widening in India. And that applies to just about every country in our region. Next slide. The reason for this gap is both the increasing consumption in the domestic market as well as the export opportunities. There's an enormous change in the consumption pattern. And this is because the middle class population enjoying the middle class lifestyle is growing in Asia at a rate faster than any other time, anywhere in human history. And in about 10 years, by 2030, we will have about 3.5 billion people enjoying middle class lifestyle in Asia. And the economic theory will always tell you that for middle class, there's a proportional increase in the upper middle class, and from upper middle class to wealthy classes, because it is a wave-like phenomenon. So middle class in Asia will be more than the middle class in the entire rest of the world combined. Some estimates show it could be up to 80 to 90% of the total middle class in the world will be in Asia in the next decade or close. So they are changing the consumption pattern. Next slide. And the consequence of that consumption and the substantial opportunity for export is here. You see, China is still a major importer of logs and sawn timber. India's demand, you see, is growing at a very fast rate, and the gap is widening. Indonesia, the pulp sector alone now have a deficit between 10 and 15 million cubic meters per year. Vietnam is an interesting case. The data is based on a model. If Vietnam continues its forestry product growth by 2040, and they assume a long-term growth rate of 3.5 to 4%, the Vietnam demand supply gap by 2040 will be 49 million cubic meters. But if the country were to achieve that sort of goal, This is a model data, so caution is required. It will create 250,000 additional jobs. And equally, it will enable sequestration of 21 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And if that wood is used for substitution for high energy materials, such as partition walls and cement and concrete and steel and aluminum, the gain in carbon will be further 45 million tons CO2 equivalent. Next slide. Just a quick snapshot on Africa. I don't have time to go in detail. It's a very difficult situation. For up to 80% of the household, 75% of the primary energy depends on fuel. And that fuel wood comes from natural forest with enormous impact on land degradation and forest degradation. Yet the industrial wood is poised to grow substantially and by up to 500%. The number is hidden by the photographs of me and Vicky and others. I don't know if you can displace that or not, but it will grow enormously. And it's expected by 2030, Africa may have to import wood product worth $50 billion US. The enormous drain on the local economy. Next one. Next slide. There's another new dimension which we have missed so far. In the last 2 to 3 decades or more, the forestry narration in the global agenda in the climate change context has been entirely negative. Wood harvest has been seen as a part of deforestation. And you will see in many international dialogue, wood was a missing four-letter word. Even in organizations such as C4, and I don't mean any criticism of C4, you will see in the last 2 decades, the number of times wood featured in the work and in the publication, you will have to search very hard. Wood was out of the game. But that is now changing very significantly and importantly. Wood is now recognized as the best known carbon and energy ever known to us. Wood is renewable, recyclable, versatile, strong, elegant, and carbon positive. Engineered timber is opening unparalleled options for us. If we were to substitute construction timber, construction buildings or other parts with the timber, 1 ton of wood product used to substitute is equivalent to 2 tons of CO2 emission reduction. Next slide. This is a simple story, an elegant story. This building is a 7-story building, University of British Columbia Northern Campus in Canada. This building is largely made of timber, cross-laminate timber or glulam and glass. The avoided emission by substitution here for concrete and steel is about 400 tons CO2. The harvested wood captured 11,100 tons of CO2. They combined those net emission reduction or offset that's equivalent to the household consumption of energy by 160 households per year in Columbia. So it's a really, really practical and doable option. Next slide. In Australia, the construction sector contributes up to 18% of the carbon footprint. They can substitute a lot of that with timber and reduce the emission by up to 50 to 60%. Look at the insulating properties of wood-based material. It is 15 times more efficient insulator than brick and stones. It is 400 times more energy efficient as an insulator than steel, and a massive 1,770 times more efficient than aluminum. And more importantly, increasing research shows that the wood environment in hospitals, the schools, old people's homes, and the working space gives people an enormous sense of well-being and increased productivity. And indeed, there's evidence that people recover from hospital environments better if they're surrounded by the features of wood in the walls of the hospitals. Wood is the only major building material that helps to mitigate climate change. None. There is no other material in construction which will match wood anywhere near. Next slide. And that's not about all. Wood is now the primary resource for a whole range of new products, which we didn't even know before. Biofuels, chemicals, marvelous textiles. I think the picture is hidden there. If you look at the total impact of this new bioeconomy, take Finland, which is a highly advanced forestry nation. Out of the total bioeconomy worth 26 billion euros, 35% of that bioeconomy in Finland now comes from forestry-based business. 35%. It is more than twice, 2.5 times that from food sector. So the opportunities are enormous. The research is making substantial progress. It is now possible to produce bioplastic, hydrostable, biodegradable, and recyclable, and strong. Those work is now at a scalable stage. It's no more science fiction, it is real. I am personally quite delighted to see that this conference program contains significant contribution from a number of colleagues on product and product innovation. That's one of the most encouraging part of this conference compared to the last two conferences on the same theme we had in Hue and in Indonesia. I really congratulate the organizers for bringing forward the important questions of wood utilization in the new era. And that's an excellent change of this conference theme. Now that's all. I left bioenergy because of the time, but bioenergy is now an important part of the energy mix in Europe and Scandinavia. The opportunities for using forest-based biomass for core energy production in rural Asia to supplement the intermittent supplies from wind or solar power is simply enormous, and those facilities are now relatively simple, transportable, and do not take billions of dollars of investment. Major forest companies are responding in a magnificent way. This is the data I collected in 2018 from Fibria, one of the big companies in Brazil. The data was very impressive, and I was able to discuss the data and convince myself about the relevance of the data. What I want to draw to attention is 2 points here. The company had about 1 million hectares of land. They have been able to devote a very large proportion, more than 35% nearly, to conservation and restoration, because they're able to produce enough wood for them, the requirement from 70% or less land because of the high investment and achievement in productivity. So higher the productivity, greater the flexibility in management. The next important data I want to see is the net positive carbon balance. By the total carbon sequestration program they have and the conservation program they have, good site management that retains all the organic matter on the site, the company now has a net positive carbon balance of 3.5 million megagrams. And their target by 2025, that's soon, is about 11 million megagrams. 85% of the energy in companies is completely renewable. And as you all know, the Brazilian pulp intercompany much maligned in the past by the environmentalists, are now by far one of the biggest conservators of Atlantic rainforest in Brazil. And some of those conservations under the control of the private sector is truly outstanding in my view. Next one. I want to now talk to you a little bit about the trees and forests for land degradation. This is because this is now the big global agenda. There's a vast amount of enthusiasm, lots of money coming in this program. But much of that is about slogans, plant trees and billions and trillions. And this is heading towards a potential disappointment. The Bond Challenge, which everyone knows about, itself predicts or is asked for 150 million hectares to be restored by 2020 and 350 by 2030. No one knows how. I have no time to explain to you that many restoration projects underperform or fail, and there are good reasons for that. The payment for ecosystem services, which was touted very widely, has just become a false hopes for the poor people. It's a mirage, a phantom. It has hardly helped anyone that I know. Restoration is neither cheap nor easy. And more importantly, several countries in Asia and Africa are now counting plantation forests, exotic species monoculture as a part of the legitimate forest cover to meet their nationally determined carbon budget in international forests. So that is a new development. The chances, sorry, hello, I lost the PowerPoint. Hello?
We hear you. Oh, you lost the slides.
I lost, yeah, I lost.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right, okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. The chances of restoration will be much higher if the restoration efforts have a commercial and economic opportunity for people, not simply a dream of ecology. Next slide. Next one, please. So there's an important distinction to be made here. The functions of forests for carbon sequestration and mitigation require a lot more than just planting seedlings by school children and television publicity. It requires a defined purpose. And that's where the importance of science and art of forestry with economic and environmental goals. And this is a big challenge for the leadership in Asia to articulate this point strongly in the big forums where it matters. And for all that, biologically, productivity drives all the ecological outcomes. Productivity determines the carbon, determines biodiversity. It determines soil carbon sequestration substantially. It determines hydrological cycles. It determines understory and biodiversity. We need to get back to the basics of it. But the question we can ask is, can plantation forestry contribute to forest landscape restoration with the commercial outcome? Let me take you to the next slide. Next one. I want to take you to 4 examples through 3 slides to illustrate it is possible to use highly degraded sites for commercial forestry to achieve multiple goals. First example is from central Vietnam that I work with a number of colleagues, including Dr. Din, who is in the photograph, and my outstanding partner, colleague, Chris Harwood, and others as well. This is a central Vietnam Ho Chi Minh Trail that you all know about, the demilitarized zone, where in the early 1970s, in 15 days, President Nixon's order dropped more bombs on the ground than the entire bombing over Vietnam, over Germany in the Second World War. That's in 15 days on this landscape, more bombs fell than the entire Second World War on Germany by the Allied forces. So the photograph shows the lady next to me making a living after collecting some plants all day for flavoring soup, and she makes between 50 cents and $1 if she's lucky. Surface soil is all eroded away. And so I define degraded soils as a simple way is to describe the topsoil, which is the critical part of the soil profile. So if the topsoil is either absent, that is probably often the best way to recognize the degradation process. You can see the profile hardly have a topsoil. The next paragraph shows, and you see Dr. Din, who is the local research leader of the center there. Chris Harwood has published his work. At that site, we can now grow with a relatively simple technology, more than 20 MAI acacia hybrid, and with a very simple silviculture, produce up to 45% of the stem will meet soil log requirement. Science of degradation and degradation is very complex, but if you did the right kind of science, it is possible to convert our science into a very simple, practical technology. And that's what this experiment is about. It's as much a demonstration as a research plot. Let me take you to Sumatra and to a very recent excellent work published by Echo Hardianto and Alan with a bit of fiddling from me. In that paper, they describe sites which has got A1 horizon, my friends, only between 3 and 4 centimeters, just as thin as that. That's been degraded, highly invaded by imperata grassland and overused over time. There's the impeding plinthite layer, which does not allow root penetration between 30 and 40 centimeters. We can't have anything more harder than that. But at that site, Echo and team can produce Eucalyptus spallata between 20 and 25 cubic meters per hectare. And the research identifies 3 or 4 simple ways in which productivity can be further improved. Next slide. Next one. Quickly here, this is South Vietnam, Acacia auriculiformis. The figure A is a photograph we took when I first visited the site in about 1989. I wanted a site which was degraded and a stand which is degraded as an experimental base. And this A was planted in 1923. When we converted that into experiment, it had an MAI of 10. B is the first rotation experiment at the same site. You're able to increase productivity to 28 MAI, nearly 3-fold. But you can see, Vicky, that stand just did not have the right genetics. We had good volume, but poor wood. My own understanding of the enormous capacity of the Vietnam in tree breeding was very poor at that time. And so I didn't have enough understanding. Now I know the capacity and the skill and the access to materials in that country. In the next rotation, the rotation 3, we improved the management further, and we changed the genetics from seedlings to clones developed by Dr. Nia and others in the Vietnam Academy of Forest Science. We can see a magnificent outcome, productivity and the quality of the timber. B is the 4th rotation, which is still on the ground. We can see the quality of the stand. Dr. Huang, who is leading this work, and with some help from me, but they are doing most of it. We wanted to bring back the possibility of a vigorous understory, in addition to the quality of the wood. And we now can demonstrate with the good management, although the site received herbicide all the 30 years, we are not able to bring back a vigorous understory of 45 species, the right management. The productivity is still increasing, and excellent data on soil show the soil as a graded, improved, with a rich in carbon and a very high buildup of nitrogen level. So that degraded site is no more degraded. It is highly upgraded. Next slide. Next one. Next slide. Now this is Mekong Delta, again, Vietnam. I have seen many degraded soils in the world, from Africa, Asia, and South America, Europe, and in Australia. But there's nothing like it. This is one of the most degraded acid sulfate soils in the world. It has been heavily damaged by a whole range of reasons, including war. Yet, Vietnam Forestry is able to convert that land use with very productive plantation forestry using acacias. I have seen some very good stand of acacia in that landscape recently. And furthermore, that land is a very productive land use using Melaleuca plantations, which now they are I know Dr. Huang and team is working on ways to improve the productivity and profitability of Melaleuca in a significant project supported by the Vietnam government. So you can see the next slide, please. Next one. So we can see, we have seen the big challenge of sustainable forestry. We have seen that wood business and forestry business can do transformational contributions for addressing the challenges. How can we turn into these new opportunities? For which I believe we need a grand coalition, we need a big alliance for that. And who are the mainstays in this coalition? Next slide. Yeah.
Actually, have 2 minutes.
I need a couple of minutes more, sorry. Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay.
I just want to draw two points here. The control of plantation forestry in Asia has shifted from big companies to small growers. The small growers are the custodians of industrial commercial plantation forestry in Asia. And many of those people are poor and they have up to 4 to 5 dependents. Next slide. Next slide. And they are the big suppliers of wood. 90% industrial wood in India comes from small growers. I just published a paper which includes summer data. 60% of Vietnam, the same. 70 to 80% in Thailand. Same in Africa. And there are more small growers going to come in the landscape in Indonesia. The government is going to distribute about 12.5 million hectares to small growers. Next slide. The reason is right here. Commercial forestry by small growers helps them to get out of the poverty. I will just ask you to focus on the red letter lifted above poverty, third line from the top. You can see in 2 areas in central Vietnam, between 66 and 75% of the small growers have been able to come out of poverty line by using acacia hybrid plantations in 5 to 6 year rotation. This number, 66 to 75% of the small grower population. You can see this is a system that can make an enormous progress to society and supply the much needed wood stock for value adding. Next slide, please. Next slide. You don't need billion-dollar investment. The photographs of the 2 ladies are, to me, telling. The first one is from Vietnam. The lady the Vietnamese hat is the owner of a small village. Lady below is from Java. They have borrowed small amount of money and established a small peeling operation. They employ between 30 and 50 people in all kinds of jobs. and supply materials for a high-value product next door. These women are heroes in my view. We know that to reduce rural poverty in the developing world, the most important requirement is to empower women. They are the hub of that journey. And here is a tremendous opportunity, and which is real. This is happening. This extraordinary transformation is happening already. Next slide. So this is what green growth is about. It's about focusing on well-being of society, profitability being inclusive of all of us. And small growers provide a direct conduit between green growth and poverty reduction. And the future is with them. Next slide. I already covered this topic, I'll miss this, but I want to make the last 2 points. Global talk is so much about conservation, but many people, especially those in the developed world who advocate conservation, forget that people engage in conservation only when they're out of poverty, when the children are fed and go to school. Payment of ecosystem services and RED are mirage for those people. You need to empower people, empower women with a commercial outcome. Conservation will not happen if there are islands of human poverty. It's a con game to perpetuate that. Poverty alleviation is the foundation to build an environment. The worst environment are where poverty is degrading. You address poverty first if you ever want to conserve it. Next one. So small growers face many, many challenges. Their productivity is low, they're uncounted. Certification has become a very cumbersome process for us. Yet they are central to our future of forestry, central to landscape restoration. Next one, please. And there is a real difficulty of negative misinformation about plantation forestry, mostly coming from the wealthy nations, the dreamy idea of conservation, and the rhetoric about monoculture, exotic, complete argument, completely unscientific, are perpetuated by many organizations. In a paper that I just published last week, I got a whole section on that, and you are welcome to download and read that. It's important the leaders of Asia, particularly the R&D and academic community, really take on this torrent of fake news and misinformation perpetuated by dreamy ideas of ecology, with a village understanding of the enormous progress that plantation forestry has made over the years in Asia and South America. Next slide. So this requires, in my view, not business as usual. We need a new model. And I'm advocating that key forest regions, perhaps like Sarawak, need to think about a center for small grower forestry and green growth. This is a center without walls. It's an idea in which people will be affiliated and collaborated from universities and organizations, which is influential in directing the traffic towards sustainability focused on people. His research will be highly impact focused and on-farm research. And we need to think about the new model of public-private partnership, not business as usual. Next slide. So in summary, you can see there are 4 big challenges. But forestry, in my view, commercial forestry, sustainably managed, provides a convincing and integrated solution to all the 4 challenges. Wood needs to be brought forward as a renewable, recyclable, valuable good. And that is a pathway to progress. We can serve society and serve the poorest people in the rural landscape. Next slide. It is, honestly, R&D technology, there's a huge gap. And the public and private enterprise R&D has largely bypassed small growers. They have done very little for it. It's an indictment on all of us. We have not been inclusive in this journey. And we need to change the direction with a new pathway and partnership. And small growers in tropical landscapes should be embraced as co-investing partners, the genuine sharing towards a green growth. And we need a new energized leadership which articulate the role of forestry in the new world, argue against the perpetual negative views about forestry, and tell the story in a more eloquent and powerful way about the integrated solution that forestry can offer to environment, economy, and climate change mitigation. Forestry is a mitigation pathway, not a cause of climate change. Next one. I'll sum it up with this simple picture. This is a journey that I have seen happening over my career in Asia and South America. On the top left-hand side is a photograph I took in late 1980 in a company in Indonesia. It was unsustainable. On the right-hand side is same organization who applied the outcome of research that ECHO and others have done with a bit of help from it. You see that same landmass is now on a sustainable journey with the mechanized harvesting, which is highly caring of the environment. Next picture shows either we can treat workers as we have been doing, and we still tend to do, or we can do like the next paragraph on the right side, where workers are well-clothed, well-fed, healthy, well-protected. The bottom picture of these two children is a photograph I took in one of my trips to Ethiopia, in one of the region where eucalyptus forestry is endemic. The father of these two little boys have just left 2 donkey loads of firewood to the neighboring town where the price is better. My children stand there guarding this wood till father returns home sometime at the sunset. Those children will never see the gate of a school. Next photograph is a picture taken when ECHO and Dr. Naeem from Gajah University asked I go with them to a site in Kalimantan, in the heart of Kalimantan, to see a native forest operation on the zone outside the great national park where orangutan is conserved. It is an impressive, sustainable forestry practice in my view, and I said so. In the middle of nowhere, this beautiful school of this healthy, well-clothed, energetic, smart, smiling children, and equally competent school teachers. ECHO is clearly a VIP in the region, so they gathered the children for a photograph with the two of us. I felt delight, but I just want to make the point. It is those schools where the school was funded by the profit made by sustainable forestry, including wood harvest, in the most remote part of Kalimantan. And that is an important point for us for transformation. So with that, I conclude, and I wanted to wish particularly Sarawak Forestry, thank them and wish them much success in their own journey for a transformation. And I hope this conference deliberations will give rise to a process that will catalyze some of the ideas which we need for transformation. There are a number of excellent papers which will follow. And as I said before, I'm delighted that growing wood and wood utilization is in good balance in this conference. And I congratulate, and I hope Sarawak Forestry will lead, Sarawak Forestry will lead the way to a new transformation. And I wish you all the best, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadanandan, for the most excellent keynote lecture, where you have actually set the scene for transformation in plantation forestry with the green agenda, where you emphasize on empowerment of rural communities and also the importance of inclusivity, which is very critical, and public-private partnerships. Actually, we are beyond the time that was allotted to us. No doubt we started 10 minutes late, so we actually exhausted our time. But the Secretariat has been very generous, and we shall allow one or two very burning questions to the keynote speaker, since anyway, we can have some sessions later, but I think I can entertain one or two. So kindly raise your hand, or you can speak up. Raise your hand, please, for the questions so that I can introduce you. Any burning questions? We have actually an astounding 200 over participants, 203. Very astounding for IUFRO Acacia conference. Any questions from the participants?
Hello, it's Muhammad Kamal Hussain from Bangladesh. So thanks to Dr. Nambiar for a very nice presentation. I have one question only. That is the concern about the invasiveness of Acacia auriculiformis in some national forest sites. How do you concern about this one? Thank you.
Okay, can I answer, Vicky?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, there's acacias and acacias. Acacia has got it's a genera with extraordinarily wide range of species and subspecies, provenance, and so on. So there is really caution required in extrapolating acacia as it tends to be popular. Acacia has been an invasive problem in parts of South Africa, and that's pretty well known and highly well studied. But Vietnam and Indonesia had acacia plantations. Indonesia don't have it now at a much lower rate, but they still have. And Vietnam had a growing acacia plantation forestry for nearly 2 decades. And the incidence of invasiveness in both countries are almost very little that I know about that. And I think so this is to do with where the landscapes are and how the landscape is distributed, what species you use, and so on. So the generic notion that acacia is invasive, it has got a validity, it is capable of doing so, but it's also highly manageable issue. If you look at the sum total or the value of acacia as a commercial wood, its extraordinary capacity to grow on degraded soil, the enormous importance of it able to gain nitrogen and carbon. In 17 sites that I ran with as an international network with ECHO and from Brazil to Congo, only sites where plantation forestry has increased net soil carbon are acacia sites. And there is a good biophysical reason, I don't need to go into that. So it is a species with great potential, but it's a matter of how you manage it. In general, the same with eucalyptus. If you drove through parts of Brazil, you will see eucalyptus has become endemic everywhere, just like a northern part of northern New South Wales in Australia. People now tell me eucalyptus is a part of their ecosystem. They don't see it as an invasive. The attitude towards eucalyptus in Brazil is astonishingly positive. But yet, eucalyptus sometimes are labeled as a very negative. So a lot depends on the narration, on the purpose. So the answer to that question is that there is no yes or no. It's a system to be watched and how you manage the system.
Thank you very much. Maybe one last question before we conclude this session. One last question.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Yes. Can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Budi Cahyono from Sinarmas Forestry. Thank you for excellent lecture, Dr. Nambiar. I would like to ask first, what is your suggestion for R&D in forest plantation? And secondly, how this conference can suggest? First, what is your okay? First,
I didn't understand the first question a bit louder.
Okay. What is your suggestion for private R&D in forest plantation?
Private agency.
Research and development. R&D.
R&D. What is your suggestion to improve R&D role in private forest plantation? Okay. Secondly, how we can recommend from this conference that research and development is a investment, not a cost, especially in the company, because sometimes our difficulty in the company is that they consider R&D as a cost, not as an investment. Thank you.
The two parts to it, if I understand, please correct me. The first, what's the role of private R&D in this context? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me answer that. Second one is, what's my suggestion for it? That's a bit more tricky one to say in a public meeting. Although, as well known, I have some views about it, and I often express them quite strongly in the right place. But it's not a forum to preach what private companies should do by me in any way in an open forum. But the first one, let me share the principles of that. The boundary between public research and the private research must go. It's a pointless and arbitrary compartmentalization, which has no real meaning. In my view, 95% of the so-called IP research in forestry by large companies are pointless. There's nothing protective about it, unless you protect the germplasm. Maybe you wanted to control the clones you hold. Any other information is a needless idea of control. So the private sector can share the information a lot more open, in a more selective way, and in return gain a lot from others. So that's my first point. They are simply keeping information which has no real economic advantage for them. The productivity data that many companies hold as secret and confidential are pointless secrecy. There is nothing. And many companies, Chris Harwood and I worked on a review across Southeast Asia. Out of the 8 or some number of private companies in China, Indonesia, and Sabah, and so on, that we approached, it's only one company in Indonesia, I don't want to name them, who refused to share any data. Everybody else was willing to give us the data, because we were able to tell them two things: that our information use of data will not in any way undermine your economy, and we will not publish anything which is hostile and negative about it. That's not the purpose. And that, the data will be respected and guarded. So 99% of the companies gave us the entire data that we wanted without. Echo is looking at me. He was one who organized this for one other company. So many companies hold that quite unnecessarily, and it's not a good contribution. So that I would like to see greater. That's what that Center for Forestry that I talk about. Greater partnership between public and private companies. And that will bring in, first, greater trust by the public in the private companies. One of the reasons there is a negative perception about the private company, unlike, say, if you go to Brazil, where the private companies generously spare the data. I can walk into almost any private company in Brazil or Chile where I've got a contact and get whatever productivity data I want, because they know the net benefit is valuable to share that information with someone me, because I can talk on the behalf. So private sector will improve their trust level in the community by being more partners to progress than being secretive. So that's my general principle. What they should do is really a very company-specific approach. And I do not want to sort of, as I said, preach about it. It is a very company-specific question, a lot of sensitivities in all that cost of things. And I think it's not the right forum for me to dish that out. But there's an enormous opportunity in Southeast Asia, particularly, and Asia in general, for a greater sharing of resources and information. And think about more holistically. The forestry succeeded in Indonesia, everyone will succeed in Indonesia, public and the private. Imagine for a moment that there are about 10 million households approximately involved in commercial plantation forestry in Asia, South Asia and Asia, Southeast Asia. About 10 million in my rough estimate. And each one of them have between 4 and 5 dependents. Just imagine, my friends, that we have a collaborative attempt that increases the productivity of those estates for industrial wood and the value of that wood because of good genetics and good shape and good quality. Let's imagine we increase that by 20% net benefit productivity in that landscape of 10 million households. Just imagine a moment how much prosperity can Asia harvest out of that. And why shouldn't the private sector be not a part of that wonderful process? So what I'm saying is that with a slightly opening of mental framework and thinking more broadly, we can all benefit, win-win. Just imagine 20% increase in productivity and value among 10 million households, each having 4 to 5 dependents. How benefit will that be for the continent part of the world we live in? All of us will benefit from that. So will the companies benefit. So it is time for reimagining and transforming holistically and inclusively. And I think there are wonderful models in the world. I spent time in Brazil. Brazil has largely broken that barrier. And they have made enormous progress. And that's why they're able to devote 40% of their land for conservation, because they can produce enough wood from 60% of the land. And they're carbon positive now. So huge opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much. I think most valuable comments, I think, need to be digested and discussed and deliberated by the private companies together with the public. I think the way forward is usually through collaboration and partnerships.
Thank you.
I think, sorry, we have taken so much time. I apologize to the Secretariat. Now we will show appreciation to Dr. Sadanandan in the usual manner. We can still clap, right? Thank you so much. So I hand over to the Secretariat, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sadanandan Nambiar, live from Australia, for a rather evoking keynote address, and as well to our moderator for today's keynote sessions, Professor Dr. Wikanaswari. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, again, we would like to extend our welcome to 203 participants from 27 countries all over the world. Welcome to the third IUFRO Acacia Conference live from the city of Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. For your kind information, for our first day session today, we will have 2 sessions, Industrial Forest Policy and Plantation Management for Sustainable Wood Production, with a total of 10 interesting papers will be presented. In the afternoon, around 2:30 p.m. Malaysia time, we will have the launching ceremony that will be graced by the Right Honorable Chief Minister of Sarawak, the Right Honorable Datuk Petinggi Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Zohari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg. On behalf of the organizer, we hope all of you attending via Zoom will join us together at this historical event. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce the moderator for our first sessions on industrial forest policy, Dr. Arnold Puyok. Dr. Arnold Puyok is currently the Deputy Dean, Research and Commercializations and Senior Lecturer in Politics and Government Studies at the Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS, Sarawak, Malaysia. He holds a postgraduate diploma in Higher Education, Teaching and Learning, Bachelor of Communications, Master and PhD in Political Science. Dr. Puyok's research articles on contemporary Malaysian politics, especially Sabah and Sarawak, have been published in Asian Journal of Political Science, Journal of Contemporary Southeast Asia, Kajian Malaysia, Asian Politics and Policy, Journal of Borneo Kalimantan, and the Roundtable, the Commonwealth Journal of International Affairs. Let us welcome Dr. Andrew Puyok.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm sure all the panelists are here already, ready to present their paper. May I know if Tuan Haji Kamaruzaman Osman, are you here, Tuan Haji?
Yes, Mr. Hong.
All right. So how about Ahmad Maryudi? Professor Ahmad Maryudi, are you here, Prof?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, and
Good morning.
Mr. Pong Bhutan, are you here, Mr. Pong? Mr. Pong, are you here? I just want to confirm that our third panelist is here before we start our first session. Mr. Pong, are you here with us? Can the organizer confirm with us if Mr. Pong Bhutan is here with us before we start the session? Okay, maybe the organizer can inform me later if Mr. Pong is around. Otherwise, we'll just start with Tuan Haji Kamaruzaman and Professor Ahmad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to this IUFRO Acacia webinar 2021 with the theme embracing transformation for sustainable management of industrial forest plantation. So this is the first session of the conference with the theme Industrial Forest Plantation Policy. Once again, I would like to introduce all our panelists for this particular session. And before we start our session this morning, I just want to share with you all the format of our session. So this session will be running for about 1 hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour is allocated for the presentation by each of the panel members. And we're going to have a Q&A at the end of the session. The Q&A will be 15 minutes. I would like to remind all the presenter once again that you are allocated 20 minutes to present. And the Q&A will be done after the end of the session. And I will remind each of the presenter if your time is up, approximately 2 to 3 minutes before your session, particular session ends. Without much delay, I would like to welcome our first panelist for this session, Tuan Haji Kamaruzaman Osman, who is the Deputy Director General, Management and Operation of the Malaysian Timber Industry Board Malaysia. So Tuan Haji Kamaruzaman will be speaking on the topic of timber industry and forest plantation development program, a Malaysian perspective. So if you are ready, Tuan Haji Kamaruzaman, so you can start your presentation and you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, Assalamualaikum and good morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting MTIB to this conference. And I'm happy to share with you our presentation this morning entitled Timber Industry and Forest Plantation Development Program, a Malaysian Perspective. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the scope of my presentation. I will be talking a bit about the Malaysian Timber Industry Board as the agency responsible for the development of the timber industry in Malaysia. And then I will give an overview of the timber industry. And finally, I will talk about the Forest Plantation Development Program taken by the MTIB. Next, please. Okay, MTIB was basically functioned based on the Act of Parliament, Act 105. The Act was incorporated in 1973, and before that, the Act in use was the Malaysian Timber Export Industry Board, which was incorporated in 1966. Next, please. Yes, we have our branch offices in several states, Peninsular Malaysia and Sabah. Next. Okay, the basic functions of MTIB are: one, industry development and competitiveness, covering activities such as research and development, commercialization, standard development, innovation, and also timber application in construction and structure. We are also involved in timber verification services and the good manufacturing services such as 5S and lean management, and as well as in the mechanization and automation of the industry, reference to the IR 4.0. Second, we are also involved in the resource management, where we have our forest plantation program, and also the development of alternative raw material, such as the OPT, oil palm trunk, wood plastic composite, and bamboo. We are also responsible for formulating policies on rubber wood, sawn timber exports, and we are also involved in programs involving the empowerment of the Bumiputra, and such as raw material and machinery support program, as well as in capacity building, giving trainings and whatnot. Another main function is in the trade and market access, where we are involved in trade negotiations, technical missions, business matching, exhibitions, and expo and legality and certification. And finally, as a regulatory body, our activities include registration of exporters, timber suppliers, in line with our role in enforcing the customs provision order regards to timber exports. And we are also the authority for the Malaysian grading rules and the management authority of CITES. Next, please. Okay. We have formulated the National Timber Industry Strategic Policy 2021-2025 as a continuation of the National Timber Industry Policy, NATIP, which is from 2009 to 2020. And under this National Timber Industry Strategic Policy, we have set the target for the timber industry, namely the export of timber products to reach 28 billion ringgit by the year 2025 and around 20 billion for the domestic market. For the export ratio of downstream to upstream products, target set is 68% to 32%. And for Bumiputra, the target set is for Bumiputra to have a 10% market share in the domestic market and 5% for the export market by 2025. There are five strategic thrusts in the National Timber Industry Strategic Policy. One is raw material industry sustainability. Second one is technology, innovation, and industry support. The third one is thrust 3 is human capital and productivity. Thrust 4 is market development and trade, and thrust 5 increase Bumiputra participation. Next. This is the overview of the timber industry in 2020. Timber was ranked third in terms of export contribution in 2020 after palm oil and rubber. And in terms of furniture export, we are globally ranked at number 8. And in 2020, we exported 22.02 billion ringgit worth of timber products. That represents a 2.14% decrease from the year 2019. So you see that despite the pandemic, our exports was not drastically affected. So in terms of investment in the timber sector in 2020, investment was valued at RM 759 million, comprising of domestic investment at RM 267.3 million and foreign direct investment of RM 491.7 million. In terms of workforce, we have 140,000 people being employed in the timber industry, with 55% represent foreign workers and 45% local. Excuse me. Next. Okay, this is the number of woodworking mills in Malaysia based on our survey in 2019. So we have a total of 1,901 timber mills in 2019, made up of 745 furniture mills, 507 sawmills, 176 plywood, and so on and so forth. Next. Our exports over the last 10 years have been hovering over the RM 20 billion mark, with the highest export achieved in 2017 at RM 23.32 billion. Next. Okay, in terms of export by products, you can see that wooden furniture make up the bulk of our exports at RM 10.6 billion, or 48% of total exports, followed by plywood at 13%, and sawn timber 11%, and builders, joinery and carpentry, and so on. Okay, next slide, please. So we do import a lot of timber products. As you can see, in 2020, we imported some 6.81 billion worth of timber products, and the import trend has been increasing since 2009. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the composition of our imports of timber products. It is again led by wooden furniture at RM 1.9 billion, followed by plywood at 1.06 billion, sawn timber, and so forth. Next slide, please. Of course, we have issues and challenges in the timber industry, and here are the main ones. In raw material, there is the issue of imbalance of supply and demand. For example, in the furniture sector, as you know, 80% of the timber raw material used is rubber wood. And this over-dependence on rubber wood may create supply shortages from time to time. And in trade, we have issues like changes in global economic scenario, which might affect the industry. For example, we have the US-China trade war, and then to have issues on non-tariff and technical trade barriers, as well as a lack of awareness among industries on incentives and trade facilitation support. And for human capital, I think most of you are aware that we are heavily dependent on foreign workers, especially in the furniture industry, and this could pose a lot of problems, especially during the pandemic. Okay. And for R&D and C, we have very low investment in R&D, design, and also technology. And there is also a lack of R&D in forest plantation. And the adoption of, there's a low adoption of the competitive design in our industry, especially our furniture sector. And for shared prosperity, we still have limited Bermuda participation and limited community forest plantation. I think some of our neighbors in ASEAN have a better community forest programs compared to Malaysia, and we also have limited involvement of local workers in the timber industry. In terms of policy, I think there are several ministries in charge of natural resources, and these different policies might affect the effectiveness of our programs, programs in developing the industry. Next slide, please. So now we come to the forest plantation program in Malaysia. In particular, the Forest Plantation Development Program by MTIB. Of course, the main aim of our forest plantation is one, to meet anticipated deficit of timber supply and to reduce pressure on natural forests, and also to ensure better land use, as the forest plantation is supposedly to be on degraded forest areas. And besides, this forest plantation program has potential to improve economic welfare of the local communities. And this is certainly the way forward for the timber industry, as the plantation are planted with renewable fast-growing species, which are sustainably managed. Next, please. Okay, this is the status of forest plantation program by state in Malaysia in 2020. As you can see, Sarawak still leads in terms of hectareage with 519,757.97 hectare, and they are mostly planted with acacia, eucalyptus, and albizia and batai. And in Peninsular Malaysia, most of the plantation are found in Kelantan, in the state of Kelantan, with rubber timber latex clone as the main species being planted. Next slide, please. The figure here shows a projected supply and demand of timber raw material in Malaysia. And based on this projection, the supply of timber from natural forests is expected to decline over the years, while supply from the forest plantation will increase. So the figure here shows the meeting point of supply from natural forests and forest plantation in 2034 in order to fulfill the demand of timber raw material at that time. Okay, next. The Forest Plantation Development Program undertaken by the Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities through the NTIB originated from a mandate by the Cabinet on 5th of March 2005. And the first planting was actually started in 2007. And so far, the Ministry of Finance has disbursed a total of RM 1.008 billion ringgit for the program to be given out as soft loans to borrowers to establish the forest plantations. Next slide. Okay, the objectives of the Forest Plantation Development Program is one, to sustain raw material supply for the timber industry, to encourage development of commercial forest plantation, and to increase investment in the timber industry. Next slide, please. There are 11 selected species under this program, namely rubberwood of the timber latex clone, acacia species, kaya species, teak and sentang, laran or kelampayan, batai, dinuang, bamboo species, paulonia and eucalyptus. Paulonia and eucalyptus are the most recent addition to the list. The approval was only given in 2020. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the detail of the loan program. Okay, previously, the loan rate for rubberwood was at RM 6,000 ringgit per hectare for rubberwood, while for forest species, the rate was 4,000 ringgit per hectare. This rate was, however, revised in 2011, where for rubberwood in Peninsular Malaysia, the rate was increased to RM 10,000 ringgit per hectare, while for Sabah and Sarawak, the rate was increased to RM 13,000 per hectare. For forest species, the rate was increased to RM 8,000 per hectare, and bamboo at 10,000 ringgit per hectare. Next slide. Okay, the loan period was 20 years with 15-year grace period and 5 years repayment period. And the interest rate of 3% per annum on the loan facility shall be chargeable from the date of disbursement of the loan facility. Next slide. Okay, this is the achievement of the program in 2020. 5 loan agreements were signed in 2020 with 5 borrowers for between the signing of the agreement is between the Forest Plantation Development Sdn Bhd, our subsidiary company who is responsible in managing this program, and the area approved was 1,681 hectares, and out of these areas, hectareage, 1,020 hectares was planted with forest plantation, and the total loan approved in 2020 was 14.7 million.
Sorry, Mr. Kamarul Zaman,
Yes.
you have 2 to 3 minutes to summarize your presentation.
Okay, right. I'll try to make it fast. Okay. Okay. This is the next slide, please. Okay, this is the overall achievement of the program since it started in 2007, and there were 82 loan agreements have been signed involving 70 companies with total value of loan approved at RM 913.9 million. Okay, and out of this, 117,000 hectares have been planted with forest plantation. Next slide, please. And this is the progress of the forest program in June since until June 2021. As you can see, in terms of total area approved, 52% was allocated in Peninsular Malaysia, 54% in Sabah, and 22% in Sarawak. And from the 82 loan agreement, 50% or 41 agreements was for forest plantation in Kelantan, 13 agreement in Sabah, and so on and so forth. And in terms of loan value, 59% are from Peninsula, 33% for Sabah, and 8% in Sarawak. Next slide. Okay, the bulk of the species planted under the forest plantation program is rubber wood timber latex loan at 6,984 hectares, followed by acacia and then the other species. You can see from the graph here. And I think this will be my last few slides. Of course, next slide, please. These are issues and challenges that we face in the forest plantation program. Of course, we have technical issues like, for example, the price instability of latex. This will influence the decision whether to continue tapping or to fell the piece for rubber wood. And we have also mitigation of species or tree disease problem. As most of the plantation are monoculture, the attack by disease pose a lot of danger to the plantation. We also have issues like increase in cost of forest plant development, lack of technology, and lack of manpower. Of course, in policy, we have issues like different state government policies, which can be which can pose challenges in management of forest plantation. As you know, various requirements by the all the agencies involved in the program, and also the issues of plantation damage by flood, pest attack, and fires. Okay, next slide. And these are all pictures of our programs. Okay. This is forest plantation auditing activities. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide. These are all pictures. My last remaining slides. Okay. Next slide. Okay, next slide. We also carry out capacity building activities, training and whatnot. Next. Okay, that's all. So with that, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuan Haji Kamarul Zaman, for your presentation on the timber industry and forest plantation development program, a Malaysian perspective. So basically, your paper is about basically you're giving an overview of our timber industry in Malaysia. Your presentation also touched a lot on the various programs introduced by the government to support our timber industry and the laws that regulate the timber industry, as well as at the end of the presentation, you also share with us the law and challenges with regards to our timber industry. I'm sure our participants would want to ask a question to you later at the end of our session. Well, to those of you who have just joined us, this is the first session of our IUFRO Acacia webinar 2021. Our first session, the theme is industrial forest plantation. So our next presenter is Professor Ahmad Maryudi. Professor Ahmad Maryudi is Professor of Forest Policy and Governance at Universitas Gajah Mada in Indonesia. So the topic of his presentation is pulp fiction, national interest, regional politics, and the agglomeration of industrial tree plantation in Indonesia. Prof, if you are ready, you have 20 minutes, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arnott Puyak, for the kind introduction. Very good morning, everyone. I hope you all stay safe and healthy in this challenging time. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizer for inviting me to speak in this conference. In this occasion, I'm not presenting something new about the industrial tree plantation policy in Indonesia. What I will be presenting has been richly discussed in the scientific literature as well as professional work. Instead, I'm presenting a journal manuscript now under revision in the Geoforum. It is about a theoretical reflection on what has been going regarding the agglomeration of industrial tree plantation in Indonesia from the perspective of national interest or national policies, as well as bureaucratic politics and the connection between them, between the two perspectives, between national interest and bureaucracy politics. According to the theories of bureaucracy politics, government is not a unitary actor, but instead fragmented and composed of various bureaucracies at both the national and subnational levels, with potentially different goals, interests in terms of, for instance, resources, autonomy, and authorities. In this regard, bureaucratic politics is not aligned with the narrative of national interest, which is imposed to achieve unity and coherence and consensus in state goals. So, as I said before, in this session, I would like to discuss about the connection between these two perspectives. So, next slide, please. So, let me start with by outlining what has been said during the keynote presentation by Dr. Nambiar, and also the first speaker in the session about the increasing trends of industrial plantation across the globe and their importance for our societies. For example, creating jobs, supplying timber industries, facilitating rural development, and also their recent positions with regard to climate change mitigation. Next slide. In line with this, industrial tree plantation is also made as a top policy priority by the government of Indonesia, dating back to the late 1980s. So as of 2018, land allocated for industrial tree plantation in Indonesia has risen markedly to nearly 11 million hectare. So this policy is particularly driven by the Indonesian government goals to make the country as one of the global leaders in industrial tree plantation and industries. Next. This is just to give you a glance on the industrial tree plantation in Indonesia regarding our focus with the agglomeration. This is the figures about the concessions and their size. You can see here top 10 concession holders in Indonesia. And as an illustration for the agglomeration of industrial plantation, I will look at the two largest groups. the RAPP, Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper, and Arara Abadi, which control the lion's share of plantation in Rio province. Approximately 90% of the entire plantation area in the province is controlled by these two groups. You can see here from the table, the right-hand side table, they nearly control 2 million hectares, yeah, only in Rio. Either from their own concession, from the takeover, as well as joint ventures with small concessions. So this is just to give you the overview of the concession size and also the agglomeration of industrial plantation in Indonesia. Next. So this is the focus of my presentation. So I would like to give some kind of theoretical reflection, the connection between the rubric of national interest through the lens of bureaucratic politics. So I will look at the connection, the intersectionality between, of interest between the macro politics, the broader politics, and the micro policy or bureaucratic politics, or the competition between different bureaucracies at the national level and subnational levels. So basically, in the issue of competing interest, there are some formal and informal goals of different bureaucracies. And as I said before, government is not a unitary actor, but instead fragmented, composed by different bureaucracies, both at national and subnational level, with potentially a different goal and interest. So with this perspective, this perspective is not, we can see maybe it's not aligned with the context of national interest or national policy, which is usually imposed to achieve unity, coherence, and consensus in state goals. But we still believe that bureaucratic agents may nonetheless use the concept of national interest to pursue their self-organizational interest. So my presentation is about the linkage between this, between the macro politics about the national interest and the micro politics of bureaucracy politics of self-organizational interest. Next. Next, please. So the industrial tree plantation policy Indonesia, it is framed as this national interest. We can go back to what happened in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. At the time, the timber sector in Indonesia, the forest sector in Indonesia was one of the top or the main contributor to the national economy based on the exploitation of the natural forest. So Indonesia has been one of the top leader in the international markets, particularly the market of tropical timber. So, and also the forest sector in Indonesia has been characterized by the small and the control by the few concession. In 80s, we can remember that only 15 people, only 15 concession controlling nearly 20 million hectares of the natural forest in Indonesia. So this situation is to give you some broader context of the broader politics of the forest sector in Indonesia. But what happened in 90s, the timber industries based on the supply of natural forest is declining, has been declining very rapidly. So the government by this time in the late of 80s or early 90s, the government trying to raise the political discourse of deepening crisis in the forest sector. So it is mentioned that the industrial the timber industry in Indonesia will be collapsing without the establishment of industrial tree plantation. So in 1991, the then President Suharto remarked, we have to replace trees that have been lopped. In this frame, we develop industrial plantation. With plantation, we improve the productivity of the unproductive forest land. And industrial plantation will foster regional development, create jobs, promote equalities in development, and so on and so on. So this is the frame of industrial tree plantation in Indonesia. It is also has been said by Dr. Nambiar early on this morning. And also to raise the political discourse of the forest crisis in Indonesia, this is also Prof. Sutejo of the family member of Suharto involved in industrial plantation, similarly reflected that plantation encourage investment and create employment. So this kind of things. So next slide, please. So by early 90s, industrial plantation has been made as the government policy, and then we would like to see how the private interests align in the government policy of industrial tree plantation. We see from the politic of concession size and plantation types. So the government, in the government policy, the maximum size of a single concession supporting pulp and paper industry is set at 300,000 hectares. This number is much higher than that of woodworking and forest-based industry, which was set at 60,000 hectares. And also this fact is underlined 2 key points. The first is the continued favoring of large-scale operation, and the second is the new preference for pulp and paper over other type of timber industry. Large-scale industries is to ensure the swift realization of so-called national forestry goals and to maintain the country status as global forest leaders. But the concession size and the plantation type is also interesting when we look at the policy itself. The policy itself was aimed to support the country established woodworking industry, which were said to have suffered from a lack of material supply from natural forests. But the thing is, the plantation is shifted. It is not focused on the woodworking industry, but on pulp and paper. So we see this is quite interesting. The second, next. It is also we see a hidden agenda of prolonging the patronage politics, which I said before that only few groups controlling a large, vast area of Indonesia forest, serving the interest of large business group closely tied to the then President Suharto. So at the time, RAPP and Ararabadi were granted with plantation concession roughly 300,000 hectare, even beyond the maximum limit, as we can see, 338 something. So in fact, the new policy preference provided the windfall profits benefit from the forest clearing, and even more importantly, from the highly subsidized plantation of pulp and paper. So the government provided the reforestation fund with interest-free loans, as well as super soft loans for establishing pulp and paper. So between 1997 and 1998, the central bureaucracies, the Ministry of Forestry invested more than 400 million US dollars to finance the plantation development in the form of cash, grant, and discounted loan. And then the ministry and the minister at the time said that reforestation is government task. Those who help the government must be rewarded with the incentive. So in fact, with the plantation policy, the large business operation got so much benefit, first from the forest clearing, and secondly from the incentive from the loan to establish the pulp and paper. Next. And also we see how private interest aligns the government policy. We can see from the politics of install processing capacities. So we can illustrate that RAPP and RRA Abadi applied large scale processing pulp and paper industry with a view to become one of the world's largest pulp and paper, given the aforementioned state preference on these industries. They continually raise the installed processing capacities of the industry, even though their respective plantation concession would not able to supplant them. So this kind of things. Next. And also we see some changes in the political dynamics. In the before 90s, it is the Indonesian is heavily centralized, but by the end of 1990s, we see some reformation, some political dynamics, some political changes with the strong authorities by the transfer to the local government. So the self-interest of local government for small licensing, we can see here with the decentralization policy, the local government issued a lot of number of small and medium scale concession. But later on, the central government stopped the DR loans, the reforestation loan. This make the small concession experiencing in financial hardship, particularly to finance the operation. So this policy works to the advantage of large-scale operation like RAPP and yes.
Siapa? Itu debitan tas tadi. Debitan tas.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Prof. Ahmad Mahyudin. So I request that the other participants, can you please mute your mic? Yeah, Prof.
Thank you.
Proceed, Prof. You have 2 to 3 minutes.
Yes.
More to summarize.
When the government started to stop the DR loans, this policy works to the advantage of large-scale operation like RAPP and IKPP, which began taking over the small and medium scale concession in Rio. So later the collaboration, the joint venture were made legal by the Ministry of Forestry, and this regulation emphasized the government interest in prioritizing value added from processing industries and is aware of the deep financial hardship among the small plantation concession. So next slide. So to conclude, I think I would say that state policies are framed within the rubric of national interest, referring to certain public goals. And this concept of our national interest is articulated as a normative concept and used to camouflage the informal organizational interest. And our case shows that the plantation goals initially pursued by a strong power holder, namely the presidents, and implemented by the sectoral bureaucracy of the Forest Ministry. Informally, this policy enhanced the political economic connection between the central power holder with its inner circle. Plantation policy later served the self-interest of local bureaucracies, which is the local government, for obtaining economic gains by granting a small-scale concession to their affiliates. Next. Forest policy in Indonesia continues to favor and bias toward the large-scale operation. This is conventionally framed within the context of achieving national goals. Regulations are systematically suited to prolong the long decades patronage politics between the state and a few business groups. Our case highlights that bureaucracies may change due to specific political circumstances and reform. For example, the nexus between the decentralization and centralization, but the entrenched economic oligarchies remain unchallenged. Thank you, Professor, for the time, and I would like to invite some discussion later on after the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ahmad Maryudi, for presenting your paper within the time allocated to you. A very interesting paper indeed, looking at the, well, I would say contestation between national politics and the politics at the local level, and also to some extent at the national level, and also looking at the processes involved in the establishment of plantations in Indonesia. And your paper also look at these two big plantations, and your paper argues that these two plantations seems to manage to control massive land areas or forest land areas in Indonesia, and you try to tie it up with the concept of national interest, and as I mentioned earlier, the interest of the political actors at the local level and also at the national level. Thank you, Prof, for your paper. Our last presenter is Mr. Pong Vutan, who is the Director of International Cooperation Department, Vietnam Academy of Forest Science. So Mr. Pong will be talking about the topic of his presentation is policy recommendation to improve economic, environmental, and social benefits from forest plantation in Vietnam. If you are ready, Mr. Pong, so you have 20 minutes to present your paper.
Yes, so thank you so much, Chairman, and good morning, everyone, and ladies and gentlemen. I will be talking about the policy recommendation for improving the economic, environmental, and social benefits from the forest plantation in Vietnam. This is one of the results of our Asia funded project implemented in both Vietnam and Laos. So please next. Can you show my PowerPoint, or I do share my PowerPoint? Hello? Can you hear?
Prof, I think Dr. Pong, can you share your slide from your side?
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you can share your slide from your side. Yeah, you can starting to download your slide.
So everyone can see it now, yeah?
Yeah. Can you make it into presentation mode, Mr. Pong?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So
Yeah,
I'm
very clear.
Okay, so you see it now, huh? Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. So first, let's look at about Vietnam forestry. So this is the data updated by 2020. We have 40% of the forest cover, or almost 15 million hectares. Of that, we have three kinds of forest according to the function. 2.2 million hectares for special use forest, that's mainly for biodiversity conservation. 46 million hectares of protection forest, including the watershed protection forest and then coastal protection forest. And we have 7.8 million hectares for production forest, like producing the timber. We have quite large number of the forest owner. The forest owner more than 1 million, and mainly the smallholder. And as far we only have more than 200,000 hectares of the forest certified as a forest management. And in terms of the land forest ownership, we have 60% forest is state-owned and 40% is private-owned forest. We harvested in 2020 almost 20 million cubic meter of timber, mainly from plantation, because we already have a logging ban in the natural forest. And at the same time, we do import the timber from over 100 countries, about 7 million cubic meter of timber imported. And we have a quite a large number of the wood processing enterprise, almost 6,000 enterprise working in this aspect. So for the wood export, we got last year about 13 billion US dollar for the wood-based product export. And of course, we also pay 2.5 billion for the importing the timber. And other resources for the income from the forestry is we have a national policy on the payment for forest environmental services, and the annual revenue is 130 million US dollar. And between the periods from 2010 to 2019, we still have 20 million ton of the emission, emitted from the deforestation and forest degradation. And at the same time, we have 40 million tons annually. So this slide shows the dynamic of the forest in Vietnam. You can see in the 1990, we have a lowest forest cover, but with the investment from the government, the forest cover in Vietnam increased very quickly. So we can see most of the increase is from the plantation development. And you also see, because of the logging ban in natural forest, so the timber harvested from the plantation also increased very quickly here from almost 3 million cubic meter in 2005, and now is 20 million already in 2020. And here is, the wood-based product value we export over the years. So you can see also very fast increasing of the wood-based product export. And this environmental services revenue annually is quite stable now between 2008 and 2019. So annually we have more than 100 million US dollar from the PES scheme, from environmental service payment scheme. So if you look at the timber, more detail about the timber here, so most of timber in Vietnam harvested in plantation are used for cheap production. You can see here still the increase is the number in the cheap production in Vietnam. So other you get quite small, but the majority of the using the timber is for cheap production. And the key policy in Vietnam, we are targeting now for the up to 2020, up to 2030, and we have a vision to 2050. So our forestry will be focusing on enhancing the value added for plantation. Second is we focus on emission reduction and low carbon development. And the third one is sustainable forest management. And number 4 is climate change mitigation and adaptation. And we also want to increase the forest cover by 2030 is 43%. So the main policy are linked or governing the forest management in Vietnam, including the Forestry Law 2017, Biodiversity Law 2018, and Planning Law 2017 that requires intersector planning, and Land Law 2013 also. And we also already have a forestry development strategy up to 2030 and envision towards 2050. And we have our own program on sustainable forest management and forest certification. And Vietnam also already the signature of the VPA FLECTI, and we have our own VNTLAS, Vietnam Timber Legal Assurance System. And one of the other important for climate change mitigation is that we submitted the nationally determined contribution NDC. So we committed to reduce the emission at the national level and with the external support. So we will use our own resource to reduce 9% of emission compared to business as usual. And then also we still have our own action plan on the red flag to reduce the emission as well. So the key character for the plantation business in Vietnam here, you can see plantation area now cover almost 44 million hectares, and of which 84% is designated to production forest. So major is timber supply as logging ban in natural forest. So this is the main source for the timber supply in the country. And especially the smallholder manage 42% of plantation with large number of households. So very small scale, per household, we think yes, the average area per household is about 2 up to 3 hectares. So it's quite small scale. And acacia species is predominantly grown in the production plantation. You can see majority of the plantation in Vietnam are planted with acacia species, different acacia species, depending on the biophysical condition from the north to the south. And over 80%, as I said, of the timber from plantation use it for cheap production. And plantation are commonly practiced with the short-term rotation, normally 5 to 7 years. So that is one of our challenging. So from this research, we have several recommendations. The first thing is about the economic benefit from plantation, how to increase that. So our key finding here is high demand for the quick income because in short, we can say the short-term plantation. So the local people normally seek for the quick income. So that is one of the important finding. Second is low investment and poor silviculture practice. As I said, still some kind of not proper or improper site management. Still uses slat and burns practice in the plantation business. So the second is the next is a high cost of plantation practice. For example, because of small scale, only smallholder, so the area is quite small. And the linkage between the smallholder and wood processing actor is quite weak. And the next is perceived risk of storm and disease from the growing the tree longer to larger size is still, I know people very much concerned about this. And lack of information exchange between processor and grower for the log price and the quality. So for this, we recommend that we need some kind of the suitability assessment to convert or to shift from the short-term rotation plantation to longer-term plantation. So this is fully supported by the national policy. So we need to consider the site productivity, market access to consider where should be the most suitable location for the plantation development. Second is to implement the pilot program to provide the grant or conditional loan to the smallholder to support the long-term or long-term rotation plantation. And the next we recommend is building the capacity for the extension and other stakeholder, especially the cooperative, forestry cooperative, the forestry association, for example. So we have good extension services from the central level down to the province and district level. So if we provide the capacity to those actors that could support also the better forest management. And we also suggest that we should facilitate the access by the smallholder to use a high quality of seedling and especially the qualified of the germplasm to improve the productivity of plantation, and mobilizing the private sector investment to invest in the plantation business and support the linkage between the woods across the wood value chains. And we also want to consider the option for managing the risk in longer rotation plantation due to storm and disease losses, because Vietnam is one of the country vulnerable to climate change. So a lot of the natural disaster will be happen and can influence the plantation. So we need to have appropriate measure to manage that kind of risk. For the environmental benefits improvement from plantation, the key finding here we found is a poor understanding and limited enforcement for the practicing or development of the plantation on the slope area, on the stream, or also requirement for buffer for stream protection and soil conservation as well. And lack of the regional and provincial objective for high conservation natural forests. So the people try to either maximize the land availability to grow the tree, but they do not pay sufficient attention to those things like environmental protection and limited monitoring of environmental impact caused by plantation. And landowner and policymaker are not aware of value environmental services from plantation. Even we have the national policy on payment for environmental services, but the plantation is not at the center of this policy. So that is still a limitation. And the other thing is the high cost of forest certification for grower. We are doing the sustainable forest management program with the certification, but with the large number of smallholder and small scale, so it also costs significantly if we want to make them into the group to make a certification. And also the other is uncertain return from selling the certified woods, so that is about the market uncertainty. So there is not much difference between certified wood price and the non-certified wood price. So that is some kind of not creating the good motivation for the people to join the certification. And the other thing is uneven distribution of the benefits of certification along the supply chain. So it's including the forest grower, wood supply, and the wood processing actor. And also other thing is low participant in the group certification due to the cost of to the grower. So the people still lacking the investment. So if we do the certification, they have to pay additional cost. So that kind of cost should be considered as well. So our recommendation.
Sorry, Dr. Pong, you have 2 to 3 minutes to quickly summarize your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. So our recommendation for the environmental improvement from plantation is we should have a national code of practice for forest plantation. We should also develop and implement training and education program as well. And we also need to establish environmental auditing and compliance capacity. And the other is compensation or some kind of payment for environmental services for the plantation, and then monitoring system as well to be developed. And the next slide, we talk about the social benefit, how to improve that. So our recommendation is we need to set up some kind and support the training and a network to build the capacity for the poor household and create a partnership between smallholder and state forestry enterprise, timber industry. And we also need to establish accessible processes or institutions for managing land dispute or something like that, and increase the resources and capacity in district and commune level, and capacity for building for mass organization, and also need to simplify the credit asset and provide adequate safeguard to the poor household as well. So we already have the detail of the policy brief prepared in English and Vietnamese. So if you are interested in reading that, I'm happy to share with you. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pong, for your presentation and for presenting within the time allocated to you. Basically, your paper is quite similar to the paper presented by our first presenter, giving us an overview of the forest plantation in Vietnam. It is also interesting that you focus on the various barriers faced by the government of Vietnam in developing the forest plantation. Your paper also suggested a lot of policy recommendation on how to address the barriers. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have between 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A. So the participants are welcome to pose any question to the three presenters. So if you have any question, you can raise your hand. Please tell us your name, your organization, and also tell us your question is addressed to which presenter. Yes. Any question or any comments from our participants? No comments? No questions?
Good morning.
Who is this?
My name is Arom. I'm from Faculty of Forestry, Gajah Mada University. I'm interested to the Dr. Pong presentation. My question is, do the smallholder farmers or growers in Vietnam have the access to a good quality of the seedlings? So you said that in your presentation, they prefer the acacia, but they need to have access to the good quality of seedling or seedling that has been improved. Do the growers have access to that? That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Pong, you may want to answer the question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your question. Yeah, actually, you know that germplasm for acacia has been successfully, researched and developed in Vietnam, but it's quite open. But the poor linkage between the scientists and the grower is very weak. We don't have any platform to provide the local people with that access, so they don't know which one is good for the specific site condition. So that's why not all people can get that information. What germplasm, what clones should be best for their land, something like that. So that's why we think that we should have some kind of platform to open access to the local people, or we can do that through the extension system from central level down to the provincial level. So sometimes the people are not, very good in using the internet or something like that. So we have to think about the different channel to provide the information to the people. And other thing is that we have to strengthen the, the nursery where produce the seedling. So we need to have regular monitoring to make sure that all the germplasm are certified and qualified, so that the farmer can buy the seedling from the qualified nursery.
Thank you, Dr. Pong, for responding to that question. I have a question here. So this is from Professor Jagateswaran Ratnasingham from UPM, University Putra, Malaysia. So his question is there a mismatch? Is there a mismatch between wood supply from plantations and the need of the wood industry? So I think any three of the presenters can respond to this question. Is there a mismatch between wood supply from plantations and the need of the wood industry? I think any three of the presenter can respond to this question.
Can I
Professor Ahmad
comment
Mahyudin, maybe?
a little bit, Dr. Arapuyak?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think looking at the situation in Indonesia, I think in the past 10 years, I think there has been some shortage of supply to the pulp and paper industries from the plantation itself. So that's why I'm not saying the current situation, but I think maybe 5 or 10 years ago that pulp and paper industries supplied by timber from natural forest as well. So this is the mismatch between the supply of from the plantation and then the paper pulp and paper industries in Indonesia.
Yeah, anybody wants to respond to that question? Tuan Haji Kamruzaman, maybe?
For us, since our plantation has not really been harvested yet, so it's hard to say whether there is a mismatch. But hopefully, when the first harvest is the first plantation harvested in next year, then we will see whether there is really a mismatch or not. But at the moment, the industry it seems to be surviving quite well with all the current rubber wood that we have, even though we do experience shortages from time to time. But like I said, we will clearly see the effect once the timber from our plantation started to be harvested. That's all I can say at the moment.
Okay. Any more question from our participants? Before I pose this question from there is another question here from Roslinda Sayumi. So I just read this question. This is directed to Dr. Pong. Vietnam has been very successful in getting participation of the community in forest plantation. Can Dr. Pong share with us the key factors to entice the participation of the local community?
Yeah, actually, it has been happening quite a long time ago. We started with the land allocation program. So all the land, forestry land, has been allocated to individuals and smallholder for the forestry development. And additionally, the government also number the supporting program on the reforestation and afforestation. And normally the government support like the free seedling and free fertilizer, and then also some kind of interested loan access program, something like that. So with the dynamic and very quick development of the timber market in Vietnam, as you see, we produce a lot of wood chips. So that also creates a high demand for the timber. So that's why the local people is very much encouraged to develop the plantation. And other channel, we support the smallholder or individual is extension center. We also provide together with forestry activity, we provide some kind of technical support and the input for the agriculture production. So the people can have a good agriculture crop, and then they can do at the same time the forestry development. So I think that's why that are the key driver, causing or influencing the plantation development in Vietnam.
Thank you, Dr. Pong. There's another question here from Professor Jagateswaran. So the question is, the cost of fiber for pulp and paper is low. So what is the encouragement for smallholder farmers to venture into plantation? The cost of fiber for pulp and paper is low. So what is the encouragement for smallholder farmers to venture into plantation? Anybody wants to respond to that?
Can I do that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Pong.
In case of Vietnam, now we are in the process of changing the model of the forest management by the smallholder. In the past, normally individual smallholder manage their own plantation, but now we encourage the people to make the forest management in group. So that means all the smallholders should link together through the forest association or forest cooperative, something like that. And that we can reduce the contact point and so on, and they can better access to the bank, they can better access to the timber buyer or something like that. So that could reduce a lot of transaction costs, and the people can follow better the technical requirement for the plantation management according to the government policies. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Pong. Since there are no more questions from the participant, well, I give one more opportunity for our participants. If you have any question. Okay. Seems like we do not have any more question or comments for the session. Well, once again, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank our three presenters, Tuan Haji Kamaruzzaman, Professor Ahmad Maryudi, and Dr. Pong, for your participation in this session. Thank you very much to all our participants as well for your participation and for your question. So back to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Puyok, for your kind contribution as a moderator in this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will come to the next sessions on plantation management for sustainable wood productions. We have the privilege to have Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Haji Hashim bin Haji Bojet, as the moderator for our second sessions, Plantation Management for Sustainable Wood Production. Yang Berbahagia Dato' Haji Hashim bin Bojet is the General Manager of Sarawak Timber Industry Development Corporations, or better known as STIDC, Director of Pusaka Capital Sdn Bhd, Executive Chairman of Tanjung Manis Integrated Port, TMIP, Chairman of Green Palette Sarawak Sdn Bhd, Chairman of Sarawak Planted Forest Sdn Bhd, and also the Chairman for Tanjung Manis Development Sdn Bhd, as well as Chairman of Senari Port Sdn Bhd and Director in Senari Synergy Sdn Bhd. He obtained his Bachelor in Business Administrations in 1986 from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Bangi, Selangor, and later pursued his Master in Corporate Business Administrations in 2001 from University, USA. Please let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato' Haji Hashim bin Haji Bojet.
Okay, thank you, MC, for the kind introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, and a very good morning and afternoon. Of course, for our presenter from Australia, now it's already about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So welcome to our session 2 to discuss on plantation management for sustainable wood production. It's a very interesting topic to hear from our experienced and renowned presenters invited by the committee for this webinar. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Forest Department Sarawak for inviting me and also STIDC to be part of this webinar, and congratulate to Forest Department and IUFRO for organizing this webinar, which I feel very timely for Sarawak since we are now focusing more on industrial forest plantation and to reduce pressure on our natural forest for environmental sustainability. So we are very lucky today to have a very renowned and experienced and knowledgeable presenters invited by the committee to present their study. So we, for this session, we have 7 presenters, and before we start with the first presenter, so I would like to remind the presenter that you have 20 minutes, and I will remind you when you're already at 15 minutes. So that means you have to wrap your presentation for next 5 minutes. And we're going to open question and answer at the end of this session, which after the 5th presenter present his paper. So without any delay, I would like to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Christopher Eric Howard from Australia, School of Natural Sciences, University of Tasmania. And his position is as research associate. And he is now employed by, he is working with University of Tasmania, employed by CSIRO from 1987 to 2014, and focusing on valuation of forest genetic resources and the design and implementation of tree breeding strategies to support forest plantation development. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Chris, please.
Thank you very much, Datu, and good morning to distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure to be addressing you, and it's wonderful to see faces of many old friends on the little video links. So I want to take advantage of the benefits of age and take a long-term view of plantation forestry with acacias and eucalypts. I'll mostly be focusing on the tropics and subtropics of Asian countries, but the general principles apply elsewhere in the tropics. I've cited a number of references if you want to go into more detail on some of the points that I'm making. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then yes, right, there we are. I won't spend, you can come back and read this later to work out what I was talking about, but I'm just a couple of key points here. I'll be looking at some of the strengths and weaknesses of acacias in plantations. I want to spend some time looking at the history of acacia and eucalypt planting in different countries over a long period of time, and how people plant eucalypts and acacias both in space and time. I want to consider the factors that sustain high levels of wood production in plantations. We need to integrate breeding, site management, and risk management. Turning in more detail to breeding, how we maintain the momentum of tree breeding in a long-term perspective. And finally, the point that's been emphasised by several speakers today, how do we reach the millions of small growers in Asian countries and get them to adopt improved planting stock and better management practices? Okay, next slide, please. So why plant acacias and eucalypts, not other tree genera? Well, here's a very nice species trial in Sabah that was published last year in the journal Australian Forestry. We can see that after 9 years, a species trial, the two outstanding wood producers were two species of eucalypt, Eurograndis hybrids and Eucalyptus pellita. The next two fastest growing species in terms of wood volume were the exotic Falcataria, which used to be called Albizia, and the indigenous Neolamarchia. But those two species only have about 50 or 60% of the wood density of the eucalypts. So for uses like making paper or cardboard or making chipboard, they're not as good as they seem. The other local species are way behind. If we did this trial 10 years ago, if we're looking at results from a trial planted 20 years ago, that is, acacias would have dominated volume production, but as we know, diseases have led to a halting of planting of Acacia mangum in many parts of Indonesia and Malaysia, and we'll get back to that later. Next slide, please. Here's another trial, this time in northern Vietnam, comparing Eucalyptus europhylla with 3 indigenous species. And you often see many authors will advocate that we should plant high-value indigenous species and not fast-growing acacias and eucalypts, which are considered they consider low value. But after 4 years, the eucalypts are approaching a size where they could be harvested and sold, whereas the wood volume from the 3 local species is only about a quarter or less. And to get high prices of wood from these high value species, you really need to grow them out to a decent size, which means a 15 or 20 year rotation. And most of the small growers in Asia and even the big companies aren't prepared to wait that long. So that's why they plant acacias and eucalypts. Next slide, please. Next slide. I won't spend a long time going over the details of this slide, but some of you might like to come back and think over it later. I'm just done a pictorial demonstration of a scene where in a local region we have somebody set a wood target of producing 1 million cubic meters per year. That could be small growers who want to make a living. It could be a government. It could be a big company. Now, if you adopt slow growing local species that only have half the growth rate of acacias or eucalypts, the simple point is you'll need twice the plantation area to produce the same amount of wood. And that will mean less land available for other land uses and less land available for reserving natural forest, which in my view is the gold standard for conserving biodiversity. People might say, oh, well, indigenous species value is better for the indigenous species plantation is better for the environment than eucalypts. Well, not if it's taking up a whole lot of land that could be used for proper reservation of highly biodiverse natural forests, in my opinion. Next slide, please. Having got that out off my chest, this slide again, I won't go into too much detail because time is limited, but if choosing between eucalypts and acacias in the tropics, there's a number of features that might sway our choice one way or the other. As we know, acacias are very easy to establish and manage in short rotation plantations. 500,000 growers in Vietnam are doing that. They have different sets of pests and diseases. Where you have strong tropical winds, typhoons, and so on, countries like the Philippines, South China Coast, Vietnam, you'll find eucalypt varieties which have better wind tolerance than acacias, particularly Acacia mangum. Eucalypts are coppicing, which means that you can grow 2 or more rotations with off the same planting, whereas acacias must be replanted each time. Acacia is probably better for solid wood. Eucalypts better for rotary veneering and also for dissolving pulp. You can come back and look at that table later if you're interested. But it suggests that to some extent, acacias and eucalypts are complementary in their requirements and their applications. Next slide, please. Again, I don't want to, next slide, please. I don't want to grind you down with statistics, but here's some of the main eucalypt growing plantations in Asia. A total area area of about 13 million hectares of eucalypt plantations. China and India are the two very big users. In different countries, there's different patterns of plantation ownership. For example, in India, virtually all the eucalypts are grown by small farmers in small woodlots, whereas in Indonesia, they're grown mostly by the big and medium-sized companies. The main use is pulpwood for making paper and cardboard, but rotary veneering is developed to be very important in China and Vietnam in particular as well, and some fiberboard. Next slide, please. Considering the main acacia planting nations in Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam, again, we see different patterns of ownership across the different countries, with small growers dominating in Vietnam and companies in Indonesia and Malaysia. Pulp, the main use, and sawn timber also important in Vietnam. Now, some general points about these Asian acacia and eucalypt plantations. Most of them, as has been said already today, are harvested on clear fall rotations of 5 to 8 years. Most growers don't extend their rotations beyond that. And across the board, considering countries like India and China and Vietnam, more than half of acacia plantations are owned and managed by smallholder growers. And that has very important implications for research and take-up of research, which I don't think have been fully grasped by us researchers yet. The annual wood supply from all of these plantations probably totals something of the order of 200 to 250 million cubic meters of wood per year. That's a very big amount of wood, and if you tried to bring in bans to ban acacias and eucalypts and grow indigenous species, if they're slower growing, you'll need a lot more land to produce the same amount of wood. Or if you tried to get it out of natural forests, you'd wipe out the natural forests pretty quick smart. Next slide. Again, I won't go into all the detail here, but about 7 years ago, I published a study with Dr. Nambiar, Sustainable Plantation Forestry in Southeast Asia, and some papers in the International Forestry Review. And we concluded that the 3 pillars, if you like, of driving sustainable wood production in high productivity plantations are breeding, site management, and risk management. So breeders have been at it for over 40 years now, and they generally know the best species and the best hybrids for different local eco-regions in Asia. And in many cases, they've delivered productive seed varieties and hybrids for those environments. I argue that their main future contribution of breeders will be to reduce risks to wood production by increasing the tolerance of germplasm to biotic and abiotic stresses, and we'll look at them in more detail in a minute. Now, good site management to protect site resources of soils, nutrients, and water is essential to sustaining wood production, and breeding cannot overcome the loss of wood production arising from site degradation. So if you visit somebody and you ask them what they're doing about sustainability and they say, oh, we have a tissue culture lab, well, ask them to think again, because that's nothing to do with sustaining site resources. The sites have to be protected. And also to protect, particularly against pest and disease risks, there needs to be strong investment in research, pest and disease survey, and management of pests and diseases to go hand in hand with breeding and site management. And the question here is, how can researchers learn from and support the millions of small growers in Asia to achieve this sustainable wood production from fast-growing plantations? Next slide, please. Just a couple of slides about, I talked about how breeders have come up with improved varieties for different regions of Asia. So, and this is based on the work of Trevor Booth from CSIRO and his colleagues. You can't plant all the species everywhere. So if you decide you really like acacias, well, you wouldn't be able to grow them in Dongmen in China. It'd be a bit too cold in the winters. It'd be too dry in Coimbatore, India, which has an annual rainfall less than 1,000 millimeters. Whereas if you try to grow Eucalyptus camaldulensis in lowland equatorial Malaysia and Indonesia, like in Pekanbaru, Sumatra, it's too humid and it will succumb to diseases. And people actually tried to do this 30 or 40 years ago and they failed. Acacia mangum very suitable to the climate of Pekanbaru, Sumatra, and to Sabah and Sarawak, but big problems with disease in parts of Sumatra and Borneo now. Eucalyptus pelta, the eucalyptus that's best adapted to the lowland humid tropics. Okay, next slide, please. Just one other slide on matching, on how species can be matched to climates. Here's a study we published recently looking at testing different acacia clones, in South Vietnam, northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. You can see the graphs with the dotted lines show the seasonal diameter growth for 3 of the clones under test. Now they stopped growing completely for about 4 months in the long dry season, January through to April inclusive. But that may be a blessing in disguise. Although the productivity is less than we used to get for Acacia mangum in Sumatra and Borneo, that dry season may give these acacias a seasonal break from attack by Ceratocystis, the very damaging disease of acacias. So Ceratocystis manginescens, I think that's how you pronounce this, the one that's bad for acacias, has been recorded in Vietnam for over a decade, and we were very worried about it, but it's a serious problem, but it hasn't yet had a really major impact on wood production with acacias in Vietnam yet. And this dry season, which gives a bit of a break to the biological activity of the disease, might be part of the explanation. Why not? Next slide, please. Just a couple of slides on sustainable site management. Dr. Nambiar already gave you a few messages about this morning, and here's a sustainability trial we've been running in central Vietnam since the mid-2000s, and we got well into the 3rd rotation of this trial with acacia hybrid clones. We're able to sustain a productivity of about 20 cubic meters per hectare per year, using conservative techniques which are easily carried out by small growers. Poor small growers with nothing but a hoe and a machete can grow acacias like this, very small amount of fertilizer, but by protecting the site and by judicious appropriate weed control, they can get these good results. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 3rd rotation, this trial site became part of a national highway, so we'll have to set up new trials now. Next slide, please. But all around Asian countries, we see examples of poor, unsustainable management practices, burning all the logging residues on steep slopes at the end of the rotation, leading to erosion and downslope loss of nutrients, ploughing very widespread, ploughing between the rows to control weeds. It might seem a good idea, but what you're doing is digging up the small roots of the acacias or eucalypts, slowing their growth. You may be creating impenetrable plough pans of compacted soil below the ploughing line. And of course, the weeds are merrily growing along the planting lines, and you're not reducing their competition much at all. So you need other ways to control the weeds, either hand weeding or careful, environmentally responsible use of appropriate herbicides. Maybe new ways will be come up with in the future with solar-powered robots, I don't know. Just make the point that Dr. Nambiar and Dr. Huong and their colleagues estimated that in South Vietnam, you need 4 rotations using these poor management practices to get the same total amount of wood you'd get using 3 rotations with good management practices on the site they have under intensive observation in the south of Vietnam. So it really is important. And what's the point of breeders struggling to get trees growing faster if the sites are being damaged, so that we don't get the growth that these growing conditions that these wonderful new varieties deserve. Next slide, please.
Dr. Chris, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, that's fine. So I'll just say, and you can come read back the words here later, but breeders have to take account of improving the pest and disease tolerance of their varieties as they develop them now, not just we can select and breed varieties that are tolerant to typhoons and strong winds. Often that will lead to a trade-off between a slower growing, more tolerant variety and a faster growing, less tolerant variety. And growers are not very good at thinking about these risk trade-offs. Roger Arnold will talk more about this in the China context later in the conference. So very quickly, the relative trends of eucalypts and acacia areas are different in different countries. In Vietnam, acacias have gone up dramatically, eucalypts down a bit. China, eucalypts up, acacias down. Indonesia, eucalypts up, acacias down. I had a couple of slides looking at in more detail at the history of plantation development in parts of Vietnam. So a long history here. I'll just make the point that the species that are planted has changed repeatedly over 30 years. Very recently, now it's dominated by acacia hybrid clones. We found out that now we have eucalyptus clones, Euryphila bipellata hybrids, which grow faster than acacia hybrid in research trials. So maybe in another 10 years, we will switch back to eucalypts. Here's a landscape in northeast Vietnam where it's worth thinking about the landscape here. It's a mosaic of different land uses, rice paddies on the flat, timber plantations on the steep slopes, fruit orchards, other farming uses. And acacias and eucalypts are grown in a checkerboard across the landscape, generally single species plantations. They often grow a mix of several clones, several acacia clones or several eucalypt clones. Now, just an example, a particular well-known acacia clone, BV16, was suffering from disease about 10 years ago. They dropped it. Then they found they could bring it back in again after a bit of an absence, and it's growing again well now. So maybe this checkerboard landscape and rotating different genera and species is useful for reducing pests and disease problems, which, as we know, are growing. Whereas here's a picture of Acacia crassicarpa broadacre plantations in Sumatra, and it's unfortunately proved pretty hard to find another species that can match the productivity of this one on peatlands, so that's a risky situation. There isn't an obvious plan B there. Again, breeding acacias and eucalypts on a postcard. I won't go into too much detail here because I'm running out of time. I'm very much I think clonal forestry in general is the way to go, because we can do much better testing of our breeds to minimize pest and disease problems. We can test them much better to check that our varieties do in fact have the resistance to pests and diseases that we require. Often we abandon a species, but before we abandon it, we should make sure we secure family seed lots from our breeding program so that we can bring it back when later we decided we needed it. And the most important point here in these slides is breeders have the big challenge that they haven't really met properly yet, is how to get the improved material that they grow to all of the growers, including the smallholders. If it doesn't get to the smallholders, it's not of any value at all. It takes about 15 years to develop a new set of and test a new set of hybrid clones. So we can't just rush out and have them ready next year if the managers say they need to switch species. It's again, too much detail here in the available time, but I'll just make the point that the interests of breeders, forest nurseries, small growers, wood processors, and the government and society don't naturally align. Forest nurseries want to make a profit, so they grow the cheapest species to grow in the nursery. Small growers often have very little money, so they buy the cheapest seedlings. This is why acacia growers in North Vietnam buy unimproved acacia mangum seeds still after 20 years, instead of using seed from acacia mangum seed orchards or acacia hybrid clones. So we publish it. Yep. Need to finish?
Yeah.
Half a minute? Okay.
Time's up. Yeah, you will wrap your presentation. Yeah.
Second, here's the last slide. I would say that the solution to the problems with small growers is to get serious with on-farm research and development, to apply existing knowledge, set a challenge with a network of sites to demonstrate a 20% increase in smallholder wood production using best bet germplasm and sustainable site management, get those results out to growers via farmer-to-farmer content and digital learning. The best germplasm may require initial subsidy to catch on, and we may need national plantation standards. So conclusion's fairly obvious there, what I've just said, and thank you very much to people who've helped with research over the years, and to CSIRO, ACR and the Crawford Fund who've supported my work over many years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris, for your presentation, and very informative. And what you mentioned here is the most important factors to contribute to the high yield of this industrial forest is the quality of breeding and site management and risk management. And like you mentioned, whether to plant acacia or eucalyptus or indigenous species. So what I call, based on your presentation, the eucalyptus in some countries doing very well, and also acacia. And when you look at the countries just now, different countries have different experience in terms of climate, what we call quality of soils, and the diseases. And the importance of R&D, to spend more on R&D to produce quality and to control some what we call pests and diseases in order to improve the production of our plantation. I think, thank you very much on behalf of the committee to you, Dr. Chris, right?
Thank you.
Okay, we will open question at the end of the session. So now I'm going to the second presenter, Dr. IUFRO Hardianto, the Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Forestry, Gajah Mada, University at Indonesia. So the topic will be presented by Dr. Eko is legacy effects on the tree conservative rotation of Acacia mangum and productivity of first rotation on Eucalyptus pellita in South Sumatra, Indonesia, impact of the harvest residues and inter-rotation management. So to you, Dr. Eko.
Slide, please. Hello. Should I present my slide? Okay.
Okay, you have here.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak Datu Hasim, for the good introduction.
So you have,
first of all, I would like
20 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to present a result of my long research. And interrotation management in South Sumatra. Dr. Nambiar, as well as Dr. Chris Harwood has mentioned a couple of times the importance of site management to increase the productivity of the forest plantation. Then I will focus on my presentation on that subject, even though my background actually is tree breeding. And Dr. Nambiar tried to convince me or convert me to do research on site management, even though I still doing my work on tree breeding and teaching also in the breeding. So I will start from here. That's the first rotation of Mangium established on grassland. That's quite prevalent in the early 90s. So the region has been cleared of fallout, and the remaining site is dominated by the Imperator grassland. And in 1990, a company, forestry company, PT Musi Hutan Bersada, was obtained the concession right to establish forest plantation in South Sumatra. And the species choice is Mangium. This is the result of long trial, actually, why the species has been selected for growing in that area for pulp and paper production. Next, please. So in the early, in the end of 1990, the company joined the network coordinated by C4, Center of International Forestry Research, located in Bogor, tried to do site management study. That study basically is biophysical study covering 4 continents, 8 countries, 10 eucalyptus species, and 4 acacia, and 2 conifer. So established in 16 experimental sites. You can look at it, how big is the network. And at the time, we joined the network that will be very useful for the development of operational plantation in the company. Next slide, please. This is the site in South Sumatra. The soil characteristics I want to present. The important point here is the site is high clay content, 73%, 73.5% is clay on the surface soil. Also, the extractable P is very low. It's very typical of the soil in that region. So we start the site management study on that particular site. Next, please. So the main objective of the site management study is first, evaluate the impact of site management practices on the productivity of succession rotation of plantation. And secondly, we want to develop management option for maintaining or increasing plantation productivity. This is very important that we can provide recommendation for operational plantation, which best practices can be adopted for operational plantation. Next slide, please. The treatment that we had is basically as follows. So we have, we call it BL0, biomass level 0, litter and slash is removed. So it should look like in the left left side of the slide. BL1 is whole tree harvest. So all commercial wood is removed from the site. BL2, only stem of commercial size is removed. So we maintaining slash or harvest residue and litter on site. And BL3 is double slash. So we moving the slash and litter from BL1 to BL3. So we increasing the amount of the biomass on that plot. And in addition, we have BL2 plus application of phosphorus fertilizer at the rates of 40 kilogram P per hectare in third and fourth rotation. Next, please. How is the slash and litter treatment applied in third rotation? This is a rotation of mencium. So from the beginning, from the first to third rotation, we're growing acacia mencium. Unfortunately, at third rotation of mencium, the trial was terminated because of the severe damage of the wild disease caused by ceratocystis, and particularly aggravated by the monkey attacks, or in some sites also elephant attack. In the fourth rotation of mencium, we replace with eucalyptus. So we no longer growing acacia mencium because of the disease attack. So we start growing eucalyptus pelita either on the experimental site and operational plantation. Next slide, please. I just want to give you a picture of the biomass amount and also nutrient content. We start the fourth rotation of mencium, sorry, of eucalyptus pelita, actually the first rotation of pelita. So we want to, you can see here that the amount of biomass is increasing with the from the BL2 and BL3. So BL0 certainly is no biomass, but BL2 and BL3 is a lot of biomass, and corresponding to that biomass, we have also higher nutrient content for nitrogen, phosphorus, and other cation here. Next slide, please. So this slide is presenting the effect of the harvest residue, litter and slash on the first rotation of pelita. As I mentioned before, that the harvest residue and litter actually came from the acacia mencium in the previous rotation. You can look at here that the effect of the harvest residue here and also litter is quite modest on the first rotation of eucalyptus pelita. Actually, the response, the growth response to the harvest residue is quite strong up to the third year, but then decline. So the effect of the harvest residue slash and litter seem to me that it's not adequate to support the optimal growth for eucalyptus pelita. So we have to add phosphorus fertilizer, particularly at the planting time, despite the fact that there was long history of the phosphorus application on that side. Still, the response to the the response to phosphorus fertilizer is quite strong. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. I want to try to compare the productivity of the Acacia mengium in Eucalyptus pelita. Data from Acacia are taken from the second rotation. Stanley Eucalyptus pelita growth is from the first rotation on that side. You can see that productivity of mengium is quite high, much higher than Eucalyptus pelita, as mentioned also in the, from the previous speaker, especially Dr. Nambiar, that Eucalyptus pelita has much lower growth rate than mengium. But that's the species that quite good at the moment, replacing Acacia mengium, because we don't have a better alternative than Eucalyptus pelita at the moment. Next slide, please. So we want to present the long-term productivity of the site under the mengium. Third rotation started in 1990 to 2009, and followed by the growth of Eucalyptus pelita starting in 2014. You can see here that the productivity of second rotation mengium is much higher. That's contributed by the application of good nutrition and weed management, harvest residue as less management, and introducing a better genetic material. And third rotation, that it looks like the productivity is low, but if you compare at the same age between the second rotation and third rotation, is the productivity is quite comparable. As mentioned before, that at third rotation, we have to terminate the trial because of the damage, severe damage by the ceratocystis. While in the fourth rotation that we grow Eucalyptus pelita, productivity is slower compared with the mengium, as I mentioned in previous slide. Next slide, please. So I want to present here the effect of the harvest residue run litter on the productivity or the growth of both Acacia mengium and Eucalyptus pelita. You can see here that high biomass accumulation, high biomass content or written on the site has a strong impact on the productivity, either on Acacia mengium, the green line here on top, and also on Eucalyptus pelita, the red line. Additional fertilizer, phosphorus, give more volume for Eucalyptus pelita. Next slide, please. With regard to the biomass of Eucalyptus pelita, this is again the first rotation of Eucalyptus pelita. From that experimental site, we obtain the total biomass ton per hectare is about 120. 81% of the biomass, total biomass, is comprised of stem wood, while bark is only about 4%. Leaf and branches are almost similar, around 2-3%. So again, retaining of the slash litter on site improved the biomass production of the Eucalyptus pelita. Next slide, please. The slide here try to compare the biomass production between mengium and Eucalyptus pelita at the common age, namely 6 years old. If you look at the total biomass, it's quite clear that mengium has high productivity in terms of biomass production compared with the eucalyptus pelita. But if you look at it on the stem production, it's more or less the same. This mainly due to the high wood density of the eucalyptus pelita. In our site, wood density of pelita is more or less 550. That's the average. While mangium is about 440. So pelita certainly is quite heavy, and certainly we have to see what is the well yield. Then we have to do some more research on that. Please, next slide. From 20 years of research, so we started actually 30 years ago, but we start monitoring of the soil properties is 20 years ago. So this is the data we got from soil properties. If you look at the soil pH from the first rotation to third rotation, soil pH slightly decline, but not much. But in the fourth rotation, when we start growing eucalyptus pelita, soil pH is increasing about 0.12 to 0.25 units. So we don't know whether in the long term remain the same. We have to look at for the next rotation, but still going on now. So after the fourth rotation, we continuing the experimental, the experiment to the next rotation, namely the fifth rotation.
Dr. Eko, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Look at the carbon, soil carbon. Yeah, okay. If you look at the carbon content, it looks like the changing is quite little, not much across the rotation. Next slide, please. How about the phosphorus? Sorry, before that, phosphorus? Sorry. Okay, phosphorus, that's give us the most concern because the phosphorus content in the soil, especially extractable phosphorus, is declining continually, while the nitrogen is look like the carbon is remain the same, not much changing. And response to phosphorus, as I mentioned before, is quite high to the growth, while the nitrogen the response to nitrogen is quite small or non-existent. Next slide, please. Cation, especially the potassium and calcium, is declining. So keep us as much concern also. Then we done some trial, especially the fertilizer trial, to address this declining of cation content in the soil. But so far, no response has been obtained, even though the amount of potassium and also calcium is quite high when you apply to a couple of sites in that region. Next slide, please. So what is the long-term sustainability of the plantation in that region in South Sumatra? Other than the phosphorus, especially extractable phosphorus, chemical soil property is not of immediate concern. So far, local soil has capacity to support the productivity of a couple of rotations. The most important thing is we have to apply phosphorus fertilizer at the planting time to achieve the optimal growth or maximum growth of the plantation productivity. Sure, pest and disease is the chief threat to the plantation, as mentioned by previous speaker, Dr. Chris Harwood. The ceratosis is the widespread occurrence in Sumatra and Kalimantan and Borneo. So the best option at the moment is growing eucalyptus pelita. This found is more resistant to ceratosis to replace Acacia mangium. we try other species like Crassicarpa, but other pests like monkey and elephant is attacking also on that species. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Before that, previous slide, please. Okay. So I want to conclude my presentation with saying this. Protection of slash and litter. So it is BL2 in our expanded trial have become a common litter rotation practice in the establishment of management since mid-2000 in the region and will remain relevant for growing Eucalyptus pellita. So as I mentioned that amount of the biomass on pellita is much lower compared with the mangium. So in operational plantation, we want to add biomass on the side, particularly to do day barking on side like that picture on the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. Finally, I want to acknowledge the organizing committee of IUFRO Acacia Conference 2020 that's providing me the opportunity to present of the result of our trial. Also to the management of the company in South Sumatra, PT Musi Hutan Persada has providing funding and commitment for the long-term research that probably only a couple of few sites from the C4 network that exists up to now. Probably only in South Sumatra and Vietnam that's still existing. It is to my knowledge. And also I want to thank to the Random team for PT Musi Hutan Persada who helped on the field trial, maintaining the trial and measurement. And the latest one, I want to thank to Dr. Nambiar who helped me doing very important research and supporting research for a long time, since at the end of 1990. Again, thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Iko, for the interesting presentation and case study that you have presented. To conclude, the growth of industrial forest plantation is very much contributed by the management of plantation side. And of course, the application of suitable what we call a fertilizer to encourage the growth of the trees mentioned by Dr. Iko for acacia and mangium, and the management of slash and retention of litter that also give what we call very significant growth to the acacia and also eucalyptus. Thank you very much for your knowledge sharing just now, Dr. Iko. Yeah, I think that is our second paper. So now we're coming to the third paper, will be presented by Dr. Daniel Mandiam, and he is the principal research scientist for CSIRO Australia. So the topic will be presented by Dr. Diana is identifying and addressing the constraint to the sustainable wood production. So to you, Dr. Diana.
Thank you, Dr. Hashim, much appreciated. And also thanks to the IUFRO Conference Organising Committee and Sarawak Forest Department for giving me this opportunity to present today. So that's much appreciated. I think the slides are still coming.
So we give you until 12:25, Dr. Dino.
Thank you.
Yeah.
can anyone see the slides? They're not appearing on my screen yet.
Yeah, still not visible, Daniel.
Thank you. I think Forest Department Sarawak, are you sharing my presentation or should I share it?
Your slide not there yet, Dr. Dana.
Yeah, I think Forest Department are going to share.
The Secretariat, please.
Secretariat. Otherwise, I can share from my screen.
Okay, yeah. You proceed. Yes.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Good. Alrighty, so I'm going to be talking about some of the constraints and solutions to sustainable wood production, and it's some work that Sudan and I have done recently and published. I'd like to move on. So there are, I think we've heard from the previous speakers that there are really two options to increase wood supply. That is expanding the land base or utilising more of the land, or increasing productivity of the land that we have already. And look, it's critically important that we make sure that the land that we have in use, that we are able to use that to its maximum capacity. More wood is better at the local level. It provides sustainable income, sustained income and profits for both large industrial growers and for those smallholder farmers, the many smallholder farmers. It brings wealth and improved livelihoods into the rural and regional areas, provides more sustainable feedstock and for processing both large and small scale, and also gives us the opportunity to reduce the demand on native forests. And there's an opportunity, which is that we have a yield gap. So this is, I think, the key area where we stand to make some gains in actual wood that we can grow on many sites. We have done a study where we looked at the experimental yields and compared that to company yields and smallholder yields. And in our study, the company was getting 50% or about half of what was possible, the benchmark, which was the experimental site. And the smallholder growers were getting half of that again, or only 25% of the total that could be possible at those sites. I think companies are probably doing better than 50% these days, but there's still a big gap, maybe 20 or 30% difference between what they could be achieving and what they are achieving at the moment. So the approach is to think about what's driving that upper limit of production. And often it's water. In the wet tropics, water is less of a limitation. So in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and most of Malaysia, water is only going to be limiting in very shallow soils. But in other places like Vietnam, Laos, parts of Eastern Indonesia and Northern Australia, there's rainfall or evaporation is much greater than rainfall. And so they need much deeper soils to store soil water. And it's likely that those sites are going to be water limited at some times of the year. So knowing that you have that upper limit based on rainfall in many sites, what is your maximum production? And productivity is a result of a complex interaction between site, genotype, climate, and also management and pests and diseases. And there's a couple of approaches you can take to look at what might be achievable on any given site. And that's you can use paired plots or research plots to give you a feeling for the maximum productivity in those sorts of sites. And another option is you can look at using process-based models to help define that upper limit if you don't have good on-ground information. But often you need a lot of information on the site characteristics, on the genotypes, and a lot of expertise to run them. They can give you some interesting information. So the graph on the right-hand side there shows that prediction of growth in Sumatra versus Northern Australia. And you can see that in South Sumatra that there's no seasonal differences in growth, whereas in Northern Australia, the trees stop growing for 2 or 3 months every year because they don't have available water. So if we look at the reasons why we're not achieving maximum production, I think, and Chris just talked about this, choosing the best species that grows well, given the site and soil conditions, and is resistant to disease, I think that's pretty well known and under control. Likewise, nutrition is important, but we know what to do in most situations. Weed competition, we know what we need to do there. There's maybe a gap between theory and practice, but then how important is that? There's a few red crosses here. So site degradation, as was discussed by Sedana and Nambia, and also Echo just now, and Chris before that. Pests and diseases are a big factor, especially in the wet tropics. Fire has come up as an issue, and also there's this what we're calling R&D and operations gap. So the difference between what people are, or what is happening on the ground, and what is actually possible or feasible. So if we look at nutrients, I think we now have some pretty simple guidelines in tropical acacias and eucalypts. They need a small amount of starter fertilizer, only P, and almost no sites need any other nutrients or follow-up or mid-rotation fertilizer, with the exception of maybe a small number of sites that need specific guidelines. And previous speakers have talked about this, but site degradation, we know what to do. We know to maintain site productivity, you need to do minimise burning, minimise cultivation, retain residues on site, and many growers are adopting these conservative site practices, but there are still many examples of burning and cultivation that are still being practiced. So my point is, we know pretty well what we need to do. It's the implementation step that's letting us down in many cases. It's the same with weed control. We've got a good feel for what we need to do for weed control. We knew that weed control is important up until canopy closure, but beyond that, perhaps in most cases, only small gains. And is some Echo showed this data just before, this information before, but with good management, we can maintain site quality and maintain productivity. And the key here is making sure that we are adaptive in our management. And so that transition from acacias to eucalypts was quite critical in South Sumatra. So why is it? We have all this good knowledge, good information, and we know essentially what we need to do. So why is there still a yield gap? Like I'm saying, in most cases, fairly simple guidelines will allow us to reach maximum productivity at most sites. I want to be clear here that further research and development is important for continuous improvement, where I'm not saying we stop any research and development, because that's going to be very important for responding to current situations. But it's likely to give us no more than, say, 5 or 10% more productivity at many sites. And a lot of our standard operating procedures are pretty well researched and written and cover those basics well. So our thesis is that much of the gap between what is achievable and what is being achieved is actually driven by operational challenges. So it's the timing of operations, and it's getting the right materials and the right people onto the right site at the right time. And I think this is where we're getting let down. I want to be clear that it's is the problem due to poor managers? No, it's not. I think growers are generally doing the best that they can within the constraints they're given. But those constraints are often things outside their control, like the availability of both skilled and unskilled labour. There's an article I found in 2016 about why aren't young Malaysians interested in dirty, difficult and dangerous jobs, and I think it's fairly obvious that that those jobs aren't rewarding and certainly aren't rewarded as they should be in order to attract the right people. So this is a social, technical and operational issue, and it's also something that we can put a bit of investment into researching to try and close that gap. As researchers, we often see that the pathway to adoption is quite linear. So as researchers, we come up with the standard operating procedure, devolve it to operations, and they then will pick it up and run with it. But operations, the managers are often making their decisions based on a whole heap of interacting factors that can sometimes go against what we find as researchers. So managers are doing the best job that they can, but within a lot of the constraints that we are not necessarily considering when we are doing the research. And smallholder farmers have even more constraints, particularly around cash flow and their resources that they can put into growing trees. So, and Chris alluded to this earlier, but I think that the answer really lies in embedding research more deeply into operations and the growing side of the operation, so that researchers and growers can share each other's insights, learn from each other about what the challenges are, and they can also develop a whole of system understanding. So instead of the researchers thinking only about a very limited number of things, they can understand the whole decision-making system that the manager is facing. And then they can work together to find solutions that are easier to implement and to be adopted. And it may not be the perfect solution perfect technical solution, but it may be the best solution to achieve the maximum productivity given those constraints. And the key thing here is that we need to use those action learning principles to try, learn, adapt, and keep doing that cycle so we learn together, researchers and growers, whether that is smallholder growers or whether it's large industrial growers. So just coming back to this yield gap problem, we can solve this problem, I think. We don't need to have smallholders down there on 25%. We can bring them back up to pretty close, 80 or 100%. And we don't need the company down there either. So a pathway forward here is, I think it's important that we understand site limits, site and genotype limits, and work with them. And we have options here around paired plots, or around looking at research trials, or even just looking at the best trials in the district and finding out what is actually making those plantings work so well. We can plan for best practice management, and that requires an adaptive management. And so that's not just the best practice for, as the researchers might define it, but it's the best practice within the constraints that the industry have. We'd need to match available materials to those requirements. So what materials have we got, and how can we best make the use of those resources? And a big thing is matching and rewarding labour and skills to the task, because labour is really going to be a limitation, or is a limitation now. And it's really important. These next 2 points are fairly similar, but both researchers and managers need to develop a whole of system understanding, which includes the policy and the social systems around the plantings. And we need to, both researchers and managers need to have a shared vision so we can learn from each other and progress this, make the plantations more sustainable and more productive. So I'd like to just conclude by exploring that we have the tools to help us understand this yield gap, and we have the resources to solve the problem. But it's going to take all of us to work together, and for researchers to think more like managers, and for managers to think more like researchers, and really be able to work together a lot more closely. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Daniel, for your efficient time management. So you have actually another 5 minutes to deliberate on your study or your paper. So thank you to Dr. Daniel on this what I call paper presenting by him on identifying and addressing the constraint to sustainable wood production. So you have mentioned about the site management as being deliberated by Dr. Chris and also Dr. Iko. And most important thing is R&D. So we need to do more R&D and to share the R&D information to the growers, especially the small holders. And the most important thing also that you mentioned here is to understand the site limit. And when you know the site limit, then you can look for best practices to manage the site for better yield production. And of course, when you look at another social key factors influencing the production of forest plantation is the skilled workers, what you call knowledgeable and skilled workers. So we have to address this accordingly. And of course, when we look at the managing the industrial forest plantation, the right species is very important to suit the site condition and also the climate condition. And the purpose of planting for processing and for what product that you're going to produce. I think, thank you very much, Dr. Daniel, on your deliberation just now. Again, to the participant, you just reserve your question. We can open up after our presenter number 5 complete the presentation. So now I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Kamal from Institute of Forestry and Environmental Sciences, University of Chittagong, Bangladesh. So, Dr. Kamal?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Mr. Chairman and the participants and the organizing committee. So it is my pleasure to have sharing the knowledge about the plantation forestry in Bangladesh with the IUFRO scientists, particularly the Acacia auriculiformis, locally known as Akashmoni. So the title of my presentation is comparative study on another vegetation in Akashmoni, that means Acacia auriculiformis monoplantations and other mixed plantations in Chattogram, Bangladesh. So actually the findings of this research is the outcome of a detailed study on the rotation of Acacia auriculiformis in some forest plantations And at the same time, some controversies regarding the pollen energy of acacia rubicornis. And then the third portion of the study is the ground vegetation or the underwood vegetation in acacia rubicornis plantations. So I am from the Institute of Forestry and Environmental Sciences, University of Chicago. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the Bangladesh. Actually, Bangladesh is a very small country in between the Indian and the other side of Myanmar, and it is only 147,000 square kilometers, but with a people of about 170 million. So one of the most dense populated countries in the world. However, the forest situation is also in Bangladesh is not very sufficient. Particularly, we have 3 different types of forest. Next slide, please. Yes, the forest and forest covers in Bangladesh. Particularly, we have forest mainly in the hill forest, Chittagong Hill Tracts and Cox's Bazar area, very close to Myanmar border. And then we have some deciduous Shoria robusta forest in the central and the northern regions of the country. And then we have another important forest, that is the Sundarban mangrove forest in between India and Bangladesh borders. That is the single large tract of mangrove forest in the world. In addition to these 3 different national forests, we have some bamboo breaks in the hill forest area. Along with the hill forest, we have some plantations, both long rotation and short rotation species. And we have also tea plantations scatteredly in Chittagong Hill Tracts. And then we have all coastal plantations all along the coastal areas of Bangladesh. That is about 720 kilometers. And then we have some rubber plantations in the hill forest area, and then strip plantations all along the country. In addition to this, we have some village or homestead forests, which are also very, very important for the forest producers, because at this moment we are getting maximum forest produces from the homestead or village forest, and it's about 80% of the timbers from the homesteads and about 90% of all the bamboo resources coming from the homestead forest. That's why we have to give an emphasis to the homestead or village forest that means individual farmers or growers, and it is contributing a lot to the demand in the forest producers. Next, please. So this then an overview of the white evergreen hill forest, mostly in Chittagong and Chittagong Hill Tracts, but most of the forests are now degraded because of the extraction or illegal fellings, or sometimes population pressure. So makes a tremendous pressure on this existing national forest. So only a few patches of these national forests or hill forests are existing, but a number of hill forest areas are degraded, where we have to convert these degraded forests to plantation forest. Next, please. So this is another Shoria robusta forest in the central region of Bangladesh. These forests are also facing serious pressure from the people's encroachment, particularly for habitation, particularly for industrialization, and our extraction of the forest resources as well. And then next, please. This is the Sundarban mangrove forest. Actually, comparatively, we have this forest is better in comparison to other 2 different types of forests, because this large spectrum of mangrove forest is still it is very, very important for us, particularly for the coastal protection of the people from tidal surges, from cyclones or other climate-induced phenomenon. So though there is no extraction felling from this mangrove forest area, but still it is environmentally and ecologically very, very important to us. Next, please. So the forest management practices in Bangladesh, mostly we have hill forest that was initially the silvicultural practice was that clear felling, and then followed by artificial regeneration with commercially important species. That was mainly teak. We have a very long history of the teak plantations in the hill forest area. And along with this one, the deciduous Sharia robusta forests are managed with coppice management, and then the mangrove forest selection come improvement system. But there is a moratorium on felling or harvesting of natural forests from 1989. So till today, we have plantations and there are some fellings or there are some extractions or harvesting only in the social forestry, participative forestry, but not in the natural forest. Next, please. So a brief history of the plantation forestry in Bangladesh. Actually, we have a very long history of plantation forestry from 1871. For the first time when the British foresters started forest management in this present Bangladesh. So they introduced teak particularly from the Myanmar. The objective was that teak was naturally growing in Myanmar. So besides Myanmar, the Bangladesh, particularly the Chittagong hill plates, have almost the similar ecological environmental conditions. So they started the plantations of teak in Chittagong hill plates, and till today we have teak plantations substantial areas in Chittagong hill plates. And up to 1920, the plantations were concentrated with the Tectonacardis or teak in the Chittagong hill plates. And for the first time in 1921, the plantations extends to some other parts of the country, particularly Chittagong, Cox's Bazar, and Sylhet hill forest areas. Along with teak, we included some native species, particularly the Diplocarpus lapidatus, Suetonia macrophylla, Lazarostomia speciosa, Tuna ciliata, Artocarpus sama, Zalia jalucarpa, and Syzygium finum. So these are the hardwood species introduced in the plantations from 1921. Next, please. And then in 1923, we have also included another species, Melena arborea, in the plantations. But till 1950, teak was the dominant species in the plantation. And between 1950-60, the Forest Department again tried Sharia robusta in substantial areas of the country, but in most cases, this Sharia robusta was not successful in the plantation forestry. And in 1961, the initiatives of experimental rubber plantation was initiated in 2 parts of Bangladesh. And from 1965, the coastal plantations all along the coastal belts with some mangrove species initiated with Sonovicia petula or Abyssinia officinalis in the coastal plantation programs. That was the beginning of the coastal plantations in the history of Bangladesh Forest Department. Next, please. And in 1971, the independence of Bangladesh, we got the independence from Pakistan, and 72, 73, partially there was no initiatives in the forestry sector, but from 1974, we have started large scale plantations of Melena arborea, and then Paracensis falcateria, New Lamarkia kadamba in Chittagong hill plates and Sylhet forest areas. And also, in addition, with the forest plantations, we introduced oil palm from Malaysia, then mulberry and cashew nut in forest development plantations. At the same time, the Bangladesh Forest Industries Development Corporation has started commercial rubber plantations in the Chittagong hill plates area. In 77-78, we have some species and program trials of eucalyptus and acacia. And from 77-78, after the elimination and species elimination and provenance trial, some of the specific provenances of eucalyptus and acacia was found successful. But till 1980, we have plantations almost in long rotation. That means plantations of some hardwood species, Tectonacardis, Diplocarpus, Syzygium, Artocarpus, and then Michaelia and Suetonia macrophylla and Cicacia tabularis. And the other plantations, that is medium to short rotation plantations, are concentrated with the eucalyptus camaldulensis, Acacia auriculiformis, and then later on Acacia hybrid, and Albizia procera, Melena arborea, Melania azedira, and Acacia cyanea. So these are the species mainly getting priority in the plantation forestry of Bangladesh from 1980 and onwards. The next slide, please. So in 1990 again, one species, particularly Khaya tutorica, was introduced from India by some private nurserymen and planted in some areas of the Bangladesh. But now this species is no more becoming popular because its productivity is not so promising. But from 2008 and onwards, we have a species mostly in our plantations is teak, Tectona grandis, Acacia auriculiformis, Melena arborea, and then Dipterocarpus turbinatus. Meanwhile, at the end of 1990, the government has banned the plantation of eucalyptus camaldulensis, though eucalyptus was very popular to the peoples, the farmers, individuals all over the country. But considering the environmental hazards, or there are some controversies about the planting of eucalyptus camaldulensis, government has banned the eucalyptus camaldulensis. So after that, then Acacia auriculiformis, short rotation, and then Tectona grandis, and then Dipterocarpus are getting priority in the long rotation plantation programs. Next, please. Bangladesh actually have to increase plantations because next, please. Because in our case, the annual estimated demand of round logs in Bangladesh is about 15.3 million cubic meter. But the supply is only 8.3 million cubic meters. So there is a gap of about 7 million cubic meters between demand and supply, and the gap is increasing with time. Next, please. So the estimated shortage of wood comes at 14.44 million cubic meter in 2020, and expectation is that it will be 23.88 million cubic meter in 2030. So how to overcome the problem? The answer is that the last 2 decades, Bangladesh has imported about 2.43 million cubic meter timbers belonging to 52 plant species from 42 countries. So this timber import is actually costs a lot. At the same time, some peoples, particularly the rural peoples, are not able to access these very highly priced imported timbers. Next, please. So not only the teak, initially we have to import teak, but later on some other species also. These are some of the imported timbers in the depots of the seaport of Chittagong and then Teknaf, mostly coming from Myanmar and some other countries of the world as well. Next, please. So the question is that whether timber import or established plantations. So we have figured out that from 2007 to 2008 to 2012-13 fiscal year, Bangladesh import about 1.16 million cubic meter timbers with a cost of about 28.33 billion taka. So present plantation establishment cost in Bangladesh with 3 years maintenance cost is about 47,000 taka per hectare. That means what we spend for timber import during these 6 years, we are able to establish the plantations about 596,285 hectares of forest with an estimated cost of 47,000 taka per hectare at the present day. So to find out the way to invest our hard-earned foreign currency in plantation instead of timber import, that is the most demanding issues from all corners of the country. Next, please. So now the question is that what is the status of the some degraded or remnant forests in the country, particularly in the hill forest areas where we are working. So the industrial forests of most of the hill forest areas are degraded and dominated mostly by scrubs or sometimes sandgrass or some other woods like this one. Next, please. So the initial plantation with technologies from seeds bringing from Myanmar that was started in 1871, and now till today it is dominating species in the hill forest areas, particularly Chittagong and Chittagong hill tracts. But not all the tea plantations are provisioned because some of the site conditions are becoming very degraded, and soil erosion is a common practice in most of the hill tea plantations. But still, the forest department and then the individuals, particularly the community in the Chittagong hill tracts, they have the choice of tea plantations in the hill areas. Next, please. Then we have another species, eucalyptus, that was very provisional and successful in the plantation forestry. That was in the forestry, forest department's plantation, as well as in the homesteads or in the marginal lands or in the agroforestry practices. So these sites, the photograph shows that in the marginal roadside plantations of eucalyptus commandoensis, and then the eucalyptus in the paddyland that seems to be very promising, but unfortunately, due to some unfound propaganda, the species was banned from forest department's plantations. Next, please. Next. See, these are the some scenarios of eucalyptus. Then comes to the acacia species. Actually, we have species introduction from CSRO, Acacia auricularis, Acacia mezium, Acacia holocericia, Acacia polystripia, Acacia cincinnati. But out of these, Acacia auricularis and Acacia mezium seems to be promising, but later on Acacia mezium was found some harder diseases like this one, and that was also discarded from the larger scale plantations. Then remains on the Acacia auricularis. And within a very short time, the species Acacia auricularis appears to be the very promising and popular species to the forest department as well as the participants, that means the participatory forestry, social forestry, and the individual farmers in plantation program. Next, please. So this is the success of first rotation Acacia auricularis in some degraded forest areas. Within a very short time, we are able to regreen the degraded forest with Acacia auricularis. Next, please. Not only the regreening the Acacia auricularis, so the small farmers they have harvested their Acacia auricularis plantations with 8 to 10 years old, and in the local market, this Acacia auricularis is very popular, and it is next to the teak timber. So people are becoming interested. Next, please. But there are some questions very recently that Acacia auricularis, particularly the monoplantations of Acacia auricularis, whether they support native vegetations or ground vegetations or not. So to keep in mind this question, Acacia auricularis was blamed for poor underwood vegetation, though there were no studies in support of this criticism. So keeping in mind this question, the study was designed to determine the number of underwood or ground vegetations grown in all ages of Acacia auricularis plantations in comparison with the mixed plantations of other native species. Next, please. So the study was concentrated in the Chittagong region. So this is the Myanmar. So it is very southeastern part of the country. So we have two universities, Chittagong University area, Acacia auricularis plantations, and then we have another national park area where Acacia auricularis was planted in a substantial areas. Next, please. So a quantitative assessment of the underwood vegetation in both Acacia auricularis monoplantations and the other native mixed plantation plots. We have a comparative study, particularly monoplantation of Acacia auricularis and then mixed plantations. So we have all together, next please, we have all together record. Next, please. Next. Yes, we have all together recorded 67 species from both the plantations, of which 37 ground vegetation species are recorded from the Acacia mono plantations or Acacia auriculiformis plantations, and then 44 species recorded from the mixed plantations. And out of these species, just have a look, Acacia auriculiformis in some cases supports dense ground vegetation. Next, please. So comparative study, we have found that Acacia auriculiformis plantations, the ground vegetations are common like tree species 3, shrub species 1, herbaceous species 29, and climbers 4. Similarly, in the plots of mixed plantations, so the number of tree species is 5, shrub species is 4, and then herbs is 18, and then climbers 14, and farms 3. And we have a similarity for the plantations. That means Acacia auriculiformis monoplantation and then native species mixed plantations. There are some common
Dr.
species.
Kamal?
Yeah.
You have 3 more minutes.
Oh, okay. I will finish
conclude your paper.
Oh, okay. Then tree species, shrub, herb, and then climber species are common in this plantation. Next, please. So among 37 undergrowth species in Akashmoni, we have 29 species, herb, 4 climbers, and then 3 trees and 1 shrub species. Next, please. So these are some of the dominant species, ground vegetations in both the Acacia auriculiformis plantations and at the same time of the mixed plantation species. Next, please. So the conclusion of this small study is that impact of acacia on the undergrowth plant diversity was not significant and compatible with the mixed natural plantations. Actually, the presence or absence of ground vegetation depends on the initial vegetation in the plantation site or the management practices. That means the weeding, cleaning, how many times, the frequency, intensity of the weeding practices. But Acacia auriculiformis, they blame that it gives some allelopathic or it gives some negative impacts to the ground vegetation. It is not true, and there is no significant difference between the Acacia auriculiformis monoplantations ground vegetation with the native species plantation. And indigenous species should give the preparedness for plantation programs first, but if it is not successful or fail to establish and production, then priority should be given to the exotics, particularly Acacia auriculiformis in Bangladesh. Proper protection from illicit killing of seedlings, and scientific management of undergrowth may lead the area as a biodiversity rich site in the country. It could be concluded that the perception of no understood vegetation in acacia plantation was not applicable. Repeated wooding can reduce the number of vigor of some undergrowth species in both the Acacia auriculiformis or in the species plantation. Next slide. So in Bangladesh, we have some scopes of reforestation or restoration of the degraded sites, particularly about 300,000 hectares of degraded land. These lands are in Shal forest area, in the hill forest area, and in the Chittagong hill takes the hill forest area. So these are the some opportunity we have to establish plantation. Next, please. So lands available for plantations, particularly some very fast growing exotic species. Next, please. Actually, in Cox's Bazar area, we have some lands very degraded due to Rohingya refugees. So these sites are considered for the reforestation or restoration, but these sites are not supporting the native species at all. So Acacia auriculiformis, the pioneer colonizing species, are suitable for these sites to bring in the sites to forest or green cover. Next, please. Next, please. So this is the in general overview of the acacia auriculosinus plantations, particularly in the social forestry. Actually, Bangladesh is very successful in the social forestry programs, and the major species in the social forestry program is the acacia auriculiformis. So it is getting priority by the forest department as well as by the local peoples, but there are some controversies from other sides. Next, please. So the final word is that we have lands available for plantation forestry, and Bangladesh Forestry Master Plan that was initiated from 2007 to 2035 to appropriate mechanisms. And in this case, natural regeneration, secondary forests are potential and promising. Employment opportunity exists in the sector, and scope and widening of the social forestry programs with fast growing species, particularly acacia auriculosinus, may be feasible from the findings of this study. Okay, next, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamal, for your presentation just now. And you are highlighting on the progress of forestry development, either in natural forest or planted forest in what they call in Bangladesh, and also highlighting on your specific comparative study on the undergrowth vegetation in the Acacia or acacia plantation and mono plantation and mixed plantation in Chittagong, Bangladesh. So as you mentioned here, there's no significant what they call impact on the undergrowth to this acacia moni, and there will be a proper protection to improve the production of plantation. And like what been mentioned by our previous presenter, the site management like weeding is very important to reduce to increase the productivity in the industrial forest plantation. And you also mentioned about Bangladesh is embarked on forest master plan until 2030. So thank you very much for your what you call presentation. It's very interesting to know about the development of forestry in Bangladesh. So you also mentioned in your presentation, so 60% of the forest cover you plant with bamboo. So Sarawak also looking forward to develop bamboo industry. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamal. So now, now we go to the next presenter, Dr. Effendi Suhaili. He is the Assistant Director of Forest Department. Actually, he is in the Forest Technology and Geospatial Division of Forest Department Sarawak. And his paper is going to discuss on the application of drone technology in industrial forest plantation. So we invite Dr. Effendi Suhaili to present his paper. Thank you very much. Well, you have 20 minutes from now. Thank you. Dr. Effendi, you still mute.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuan Haji, for filling me up. Before I go further, there's a slight change in the topic. It's more on the, my title is on the precision forestry approach for mapping the incidence and spread of ceratocystis wilt and also the canker disease in planted acacia mingum stands. So,
sorry, because I'm reading the program. Sorry.
No
so
worries,
your paper is on precision forestry approach. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Dato', no worries. Okay, I would like to share my screen. So Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
So this is the full screen, yeah? So
yeah, full screen.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. But prior to that, let me just
for mapping the incident and spread.
Come again. So is everybody able to see this?
Yes, not that many. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm using my mobile. I'm out of session right now. Okay. What I'll be discussing here is on the review of the work that we had conducted in the incorporation of this technology for monitoring pest and disease in planted stands. In this case is the acacias. So I'll start by with the introduction of the remote sensing platform system that we have available, and also the merits for each of these systems before I dwell into the imaging spectroscopy. Effective management of the planted forest based on monitoring of the pest and disease, it provides opportunity for forest managers to take intervention measures, take actions to control the spread or of the infection. So either to the application of precise pesticides application or the isolations of the infected trees. So I'm also referring to the previous speaker that this survey is part of the process to narrow the operational gap between achieve what is achieve and what we can what is achievable. Okay. Now, in terms of this remote monitoring for this forest health, the first one will be under the choice of remote sensing platform. So I'm comparing here between using remote sensing and also the manual means, as what we commonly practice now. So with remote sensing, platform, you have enhanced coverage from plot level to landscape and also to local original. Because this, you will either from plot level, say you use a UAV, you're covering a plot level scale, and then you scale it up with the use of aerial platforms. And also on a larger scale, say 100 by 100 kilometers, when you use satellites to monitor your stands. On the other pro side is the spatial context given by this remote sensing platform, like for example, the extent or the spread of infection. Okay, you are able to map it. You are able to look into the severity, how severe is this incidence. And of course, with this digital technology, you are able to automate the process. Yes. So there is a compromise between cost and the economies of scale. For example, there is a rule of thumb, like anything more than 1,000 hectare, you don't use a drone. You use what do you call it, aerial platform. But then again, to use drone or UAV based systems, you get better images, more clearer images. But then again, you have to look into regulatory operation procedures, like what we have in Malaysia. In order for you to fly a drone, you need at least 1 month to prepare and to get the permits. But when you choose platforms such as this satellite, now you're talking about the availability of data. Of course, there are freely available satellite data, such as that from Landsat program and also the Sentinel program, but their temporal or the repeat scale, and also due to cloud cover, that's another aspect that we need to consider. So this is this image shows the spatial detail and coverage of this from this remotely sensed landscape. The image on the left is what I've derived from a drone over the same area, flying about 500 feet above the landscape, the stand. And the image on the right is from an aerial platform, flying 2,500 feet over the same area. As you can see, the level of detail and the coverage. Now, in the choice of this remote sensing platform, you also need to look into the instruments that they carry, because it influences the level of information derived from these monitored stands. So this includes the pathogen incidents, that is the ability for you to detect at an early stage, or what we call is pre-visual symptoms, or it is only to look at the progress stage of an infection. And with some high fidelity instruments, you are able to discern even the type of infection, to separate between like what is common in acacia, is the root rot, the cerato, the wilt and canker, and also some nutrient deficiencies. So what you see on the right are images forming what we call as a spectral data cube. The image at the bottom is derived from a normal camera applied to an airborne platform. You see the level of detail, but the ability to discriminate the areas with disease is a bit lower as compared to the image on the top. This is derived from an imaging spectrometer. So, or the most commonly called hyperspectral sensors. So here you are able to see the detail, spatial detail, as well as the discrimination between the healthy trees, the diseased trees, and also trees which are still under natural vegetation. Okay. Now here is also an example over the same area. This is derived from an imaging spectrometer data set. This is a natural color composite. So you have the brown colors are the new cleared areas from the felling of the trees, the harvesting of the trees, and this one are the residual stands, and also the one in the middle are the nurseries, or where they have the experimental plots. Okay. And this is the same area when we apply processing of the data set. Now this is a forced color composite image. If you can look at the image before and now. So you see these different color variations. This is the acacia hybrid. This is the acacia mingium. Here are the Alstonia, a locally non-polite, we call it. And this is the gelam. The local name is gelam. I can't recall it in a scientific platform. But okay, anyway, you see the difference in response, which we color code them to show the different land use type and also species that are being planted in the area. So in terms of looking back at this again, the choice of optics, okay, the ability to discriminate between what you see here is the early and late stage of root rot. What you see in the top and the middle portion of the image, as opposed to this slightly bottom portion on the left here that I show from my mouse here. This is attributed to nutrient deficiency because of the weeds that are growing amongst the acacias. So you see the difference that because people are asking, like, could you differentiate between the affected trees and also which is nutrient deficient? So this image shows that detail, and the one at the bottom here, these are the healthy stands. Okay. And over here is to discern, to differentiate between, on the left side of the image is showing the infection, the incidence of root rot. And on the right is the ceratocystis infection. So the image that you see, the bright, I don't know how it appears on your screen, but on my screen is slightly reddish. These are the healthy stands, the healthy acacia stands. And looking at the image on the left, okay, and the white spots, those are the trees that have been infected with the root rot. And if you can look at the compare between the image which is on the left and on the right, you see that because the root rot, because the way it spreads, you have a center or nucleus, and it becomes something like a concentric circle going outwards. So going inwards, you see more mortality among the trees over there. As compared to the one, the ceratocystis, the pattern is quite uniform. The gap areas with gap are the trees that have that are dead, that are at the late stage of infection or either dead, and the one which are light blue and coming to white, those are the trees that have been infected. I'll explain in more detail at the later slides. Now, how do we map the incidence of this ceratocystis in the planted Acacia mangum stand? So before going further, let me just introduce to a brief concept for those who have not familiar with remote sensing principles. So we have the sun as a source of the electromagnetic radiation. The sun shines upon the canopy of a particular tree or a stand, or a group of canopies. So it interacts with the foliage and also with the canopies, be it the leaves and also non-vegetative matters. So when you look at this diagram on your right, on my right here, on the right of the screen, where you see the sensor, the electromagnetic radiation that passes through, that goes, that shines upon the foliage. Some of the radiation, the one on the shorter wavelength, are being reflected back. But the longer wavelength, this one is about 700 nanometers and above, they go into they penetrate into the leaves, okay, and interacts with the internal structure of the leaves. So this is where changes in this internal structure of the leaf affects the spectral response, or we call it signatures. So if you look at the bottom part of your screen here, there's a plot. So this is a typical signature for a plant, for vegetation. So if it's being, there is some health issues, you will see some differing signatures, as what I will show later on. So trying to relate plant physiological changes with this, what is being able to be detected by the imaging spectrometers, we have conducted two major variables, which are pre-visual indicators, especially one of them. So one is related to the amount of chlorophyll, the pigment in the foliage. So this is represented by the bar, the histogram, and the line plots shows the one which is associated to fluorescence of like photosynthesis, the gas exchange. So if you rely solely on the chlorophyll content, you will have the false positive error between trying to relate between health those are which have been infected, and those which the symptoms from nutrient deficiency. But if you take into consideration the gas exchange as well, so you can see that you are able to differentiate between these two types of anomalies. So relying on a single variable is not enough. You must have multiple variables to be incorporated into your model. So this way, the use of hyperspectral sensing dataset is very important in this case. So let's look at the, I picked up some literatures here on the ceratocystis symptoms. So there is this, on the early stage, it's related to desiccation, the wilting of leaves, and then you also have the sapwood discoloration, and also canker. So how do we translate this into this spectral information that we could, detect from the canopies or the foliage of these trees that we are monitoring? So in our case, we have classed them into 5 major classes. We were able to class them from the light infection, stage of infection, to when it's severe, very severe, and also dead. So for light, where your visual inspection on the ground is related to where the trunk of the acacias they have insect holes, wounds, cracks, and also gummosis. But at the moderate stage, you see the foliage is starting to turn pale green and also wilting. And when you go to severe, you have a lot high amount of chlorosis. It started to lose the foliage. The canopies, the leaf area index of the canopies, it gets lower and lower. So these different classes is being translated into this remote sensing indices that I'm going to talk later on.
Dr. Fendi, you have 5 minutes.
All right, Dato, thank you. So the early stage of mission that I'm talking about is the light and the moderate stage. Usually these two are not visible from this the normal remote sensing platform from UAV so on. And the middle stage and also the late stage, these are more pronounced and is quite visible if you just put an ordinary camera also. So this is the how we did the experiment. And this is the most important thing here is the spectral response that you observe for the various stage. What you see at the bottom here is the foliage at the various stage. On the left is the healthy and on the right is the dead. Okay. If you look at this spectral response at the late stage, you see some depression or the loss of chlorophyll, which is being exhibited at this particular wavelength. And going into looking back into the near infrared, you see at the dead stage where the collapse of the cell wall, which I've explained earlier, you see the variations are very prominent here, quite significant. So from here, we are able to translate it into indices, and from here, the index shows healthy plants are color coded as red, and the severe and the infected are the one which are light colored, going from moderate, severe to very severe, cyan color, and also white dead. Okay, this is how we come out with that index. So from there, we are able to map the spread of the infection. In May, you see the infection is mostly on top, the one which are light colored, blue colored here, on top of this particular image on the left, May 2019. And only 4 months later, you see that the infection has spread to the middle and also the bottom part of the plot. So this is a way we can see the spread. And also we are able to isolate the infected areas more effectively. Okay. So the next will be to change, to transfer this information into a geospatial model, the use of GIS systems, okay? So we have, we incorporate various variables, like what attributed to the site for the soil, topography, drainage, and rainfall. Then another one attributed to the stand itself, species, the age, silviculture regime, and also the health as being detected by the remote sensing platform just now, and also the other land use. Then from there, we can model the rate of incidence and the potential spread. Where are the high risk areas? And we can monitor this progress over time. So to conclude, this precision forestry approach, it involves the collection of these remotely sensed data sets. So the type of platform, it influences the spatial coverage and of course the cost. Sensing instruments determine the level of information generated, hence the accuracy of the assessment, and translating this data into meaningful information for management actions. We do modeling of the spread and to identify trends of the infection spread. And also it has to be incorporated with meaningful attributes as input to the model. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wendy. Very interesting presentation using technology in monitoring and also managing our forest plantation. So what mentioned by Dr. Effendi, with this technology will help us to manage and control the pests and diseases from spread to the whole plantation, industrial forest plantation. And the challenges is maybe talking about the cost and economic scale of using this technology, and the regulatory operation procedures that we need to improve, enhance, to facilitate this technology to be used effectively in managing our forest plantation. Thank you very much, Dr. Effendi, for your sharing. And now we're supposed to have a break, but because of the limitation of time, so we will proceed with the two presenters. The next one will be Dr. Aaron Figiantika to present his paper, her paper, predicting maize and soybean yield in an acacia agroforestry system using what we call agriculture APSIM for next generation. So to you, Dr. Aaron. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Datuk Haji Hashim.
Yeah. So you have 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to present the research